This is the board of registration for professional engineers and land surveyors. Today is June 17th, 2025. We are in the Seattle Marriott or the SeaTac Marriott Hotel. And this is a annual board meeting. And it's 9 a.m. So first I would like to have a roll call. Let's start around the room with you, Chris, if you would.
Yeah, Chris Horton, Deputy Director at the Board of Registration.
And Dollar, Internal Control Manager for the registration.
Maureen Jackson, board member.
Aaron Blaisdell, board member.
Elizabeth Loggery, assistant attorney.
Marjorie Lund, board chair.
Doug Henderson, board member. Board member.
Dave Peden, board member. Jim Wangler, Pro Tem guest.
Mackenzie Warrett, board staff, executive assistant.
Bryce Dickinson, board staff, administrative assistant.
John Warren, guest.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And on, I don't have it up close, so. Thank you all. So I would like a motion to approve the order of agenda.
I will move to approve the agenda.
Moved in second. Are there any discussions on the order of agenda?
One thing, Madam Chair, is just because of timing, and I do not know this is my last meeting as a board member, where if there's a gap, I'd like to fill it and respectfully ask for to accept my emeritus status at this meeting in case there's a since you can be asked.
So a gap in time today or a gap between being a board member and an emeritus?
The next meeting would be August, in which there'd be a vote, need to be a vote of the board to accept me, and that 3 month, I feel that there may be some items that would need to be.
It's the
portion of 7.3 perhaps.
Okay,
What is 7.3?
board staff affiliate involvement when we talk about some of the organizations and committees
Okay.
that are relevant. Okay, thank you, Aaron. Anyone else have comments on the order of agenda? Okay,
If that's the recommendation, I accept that as a friendly and
all right. All those in favor of the order of the motion to approve the order of agenda, please say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, so we are now going to go into an executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110, and for the purposes set forth therein. The board will move into executive session portion of the meeting to consult with the board attorney to discuss matters related to enforcement and cases in current litigation. This executive session will last 25 minutes. And the board will reconvene open session at 9:30. So we ask all guests to please excuse themselves until then. All right, so would you open the door, Bryce, and let John back in?
And it looks like we have an online attendee who has joined us as well.
All right.
They'll find you on.
Well, you don't have to.
You
Just
just leave the
welcome,
door.
just open the door, yeah. Okay, recording started.
It is.
Back online, welcome back. We have, is it a guest that's
It is a
joined us online? And if you are interested in identifying yourself, you're welcome to now.
I assume you're talking to me. This is Leif Kirchhoff.
Hi, Lee. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, so back in open section, the first thing I need to do is have a motion to approve or not the minutes of the April 17th, 2025 meeting.
I move to approve the minutes from the April 2025.
Second.
All right, approved and seconded the meeting minutes of April 17th, 2025. Is there discussion, comments? Mackenzie, I expect you to let me know if anybody raises their hands
Not yet.
online. Okay. All those in favor of approving the motion to approve the minutes of the April 17th, 2025 meeting, please say aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. Item 2.2, public comment opportunity. All board meetings are open to the public, and the board invites comments and discussion from the public. Individuals may give verbal comments during the public comment period with 3 minutes allotted to each speaker. You may comment about any matter that is on our agenda or any matter that concerns you. Board meetings are not adjudicated proceedings nor hearings, so the board cannot accept or consider direct oral testimony in support of or opposition to any given complaint or application. Before you give your comments, we encourage you to familiarize yourself with the board's statutory authority. All public comments are subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. Do we have any guests that wish to make comment?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes, this is Leif.
Leaf, thank you.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes and, please go ahead.
Sure. I have had a matter in front of your investigative arm, which has reached its conclusion. Your organization took the decision to take no action, so I simply want to close the loop with your board and provide indication of next steps.
Hey, Lee, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when we have an investigative case and it's closed,
Mhm.
if there is additional information that would convince us to reopen the case, then we recommend that you provide that. If you share that with the entire board, then that becomes an issue if the case ever needs to go to a statement of charges in a hearing.
Sure.
So please keep in mind that anything that you say to us as a full board would be.
Again, I'm simply recapping where we're at and where we're going. I don't intend to ask your board to investigate this any further.
Okay,
All right, so may I continue?
yes, you may.
Okay. So over the last many months, I had asked your organization to look into malfeasance by an engineer who my father had hired to do structural engineering on a house. And I am the successor of that and hold the ownership of the house and the successor arrangement with that engineer. I had engaged the Amento group out of Seattle to do some investigation on her work. The Amento group had found through very clear documentation that a number of errors were made. Your organization was asked to look into this and apparently decided that those calculations and those accounting of those errors was not compelling. I've asked your organization to provide rationale for that, and I've been told that that will not be provided. I want to underscore how troubling this is, that by all reasonable engineering calculations, the roof on this house will be detached from the house in a high wind event, as per Amento Group's calculations. And your board doesn't seem concerned by that. In addition to failing to hold Mrs. Hulk, the engineer Dale Hulk, Mrs. Hulk, responsible for pretty significant other violations. WAC 196-27A30, failing to respond to inquiries. This engineer made statements about how defects in construction were actually easy to repair. However, this engineer, despite her testimony in court, has repeatedly refused to provide documentation on her statements of court or what the methodology of these supposed repairs. She has an obligation to respond to inquiries from her client, yet she continues to refuse. She also used privileged information for personal profit by accepting payment for testimony against myself in court, and also compromised herself in accordance to WAC 196-27A20 by not properly disclosing and accepting approval for conflicts of interest in relationship to her prior work for us. It's pretty clear to me that your organization is intertwined with the state's woke politics, that you will not hold a woman accountable for violating gross violations of your rules. And this is unacceptable. This is a violation of ethics. Your board should be ashamed of itself. You have a public trust to ensure that your engineers maintain a sound ethical footing and do the right things in terms of your organization's own rules. So I want to tell you, and I'll make this short, I'm ramping up litigation against Ms. Hulk right now. Once that's done, I'm going to turn my attention to your board, and based on the outcome for that, I may file legal action against your organization. You can rest assured that if there are any structural failures on this house after your board chose to look the other way, I will use every financial means at my disposal to litigate each and every one of you individually.
Interrupted you. Thank you very much
We're
for
done.
your being
Thanks for
here.
interrupting me. I see that you don't follow your own rules, so I'll log off now since you can't even allow a 3-minute public comment without and it just shows how corrupt you are. So I'm gonna
It's
wrap
been 4
up now.
minutes since I
Do as
interrupted
you wish.
you,
We'll
so
see you all in
I'm
court
sorry.
later.
All right. Any other public comment? All right, moving on to 3, disciplinary action. Randy, are you walking us through this or Jill?
I will be
have
walking
no
you through it.
pieces. Okay,
I will be walking through. Good morning,
great.
everybody. So disciplinary report as of June 2025, we had 49 open case statuses, 16 under case manager review, and 11 under administrative review. Any questions?
I'm gonna put up so quick, Randy.
Yeah,
What's that?
so let's, zip into the board packet to see.
Sorry, that just threw me all off. I'm sorry.
No. Great. Okay, so does anybody have any comment about the disciplinary report that is in the packet and Randy just
I
presented?
I may, I'm assuming that it's just an issue of, that we haven't had any, so that the case manager review column doesn't have any on, have a representation of OSW. Is that correct?
I can
So-
comment to that. I can comment to that, Doug. So, when this was created, this table was created, that the onsite was not included. And so I just include the onsite in with the engineers. So like right now, I believe, well, no, it's not into, case management yet. Case review yet. So the one that we have for this period is still under investigation. So I just was including the onsite under engineers. Because I don't, I don't know how to update that table. I'm sorry. I'm afraid if I
Jill,
try to do
Kevin and I
anything.
will help you.
What's that?
We'll get that updated with you,
Thank
Jill.
you.
Either Kevin or I can help you.
I'm afraid if I try to do anything, I'm going to mess it up.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
And if the board members have any other comments about the presentation of the materials, I know it's kind of an opportunity to also look at how the rest of it is presented in.
I guess my only comment would be is, if I may, that two of the land survey board members have one case, each of them, but the pro tems have a total of 6. And so,
You mentioned that last meeting.
I don't want to overburden our, volunteers that come and spend the time. Certainly, I think that there's certainly capacity. Hopefully, we're intending to use city board members as more of the bulk of the lift versus pro tems.
Thank you. Any other comments about disciplinary report? Okay. We are moving right along. Committee reports. Let's start with the EQC. Mike?
Thank you, Marjorie. C has been quite busy. As with the last period, we also had 2 meetings during this period between the last board meeting and today. The first one was held on the 28th of May. It was held virtually via Microsoft Teams and also in person from Portal's office. Present were full committee, myself, Maureen, Matt, support staff included Ken, Christina, Kenzie, Bryce, Shannon, Vaughn, and Elizabeth, also present at that meeting. Discussion topics at that meeting included progressing decoupling, specifically with regard to modifying essentially a rewrite of our CW 1843-40. That's the section that we concentrated on. We review what was present at that time in May in that document, basically put together by Elizabeth. And as we reviewed it and asked questions, made comments, Shannon made edits to that document throughout the meeting and kept those for dissemination later. We did receive I think as we all know, the language for 1843-040 prior to that committee just in a matter of days. And so there was some discussion about whether we had enough time to fully review the document at that time. And I think we were prepared, but I think we also wanted some more time to look at it. And that's why there was a second meeting, obviously already scheduled for yesterday, that I'll discuss An action item from that meeting was that Shannon was to combine the 1843 language edits, again, mostly in section 040, that we had provided to her in that committee meeting, and combine those with edits from the ongoing practice committee meetings. They're also editing the same RCW, and those were to be combined for presentation at the June board meeting. Further, we also identified an action item of updating the FE exam equivalency form after the RCW 1843-04 language is fully approved. Any questions on the May EQC report? Okay. We met again yesterday. As scheduled. That meeting was at 1:00 p.m. Yesterday, 16th of June. It was held here physically in this room, also via Microsoft Teams virtually. Present again were the full committee, myself, Maureen, and Matt, as well as support staff, Ken, Chris, Vonna, Shannon, Mackenzie, Bryce, Randy, Neem, Emily, and Elizabeth. We had several guests at the meeting. Jim, Dave, John, Aaron, and Weston were all present as well as guests. Discussion topics of the meeting, as might be guessed, are further updates and edits to RCW 1843 in support of decoupling. Shannon introduced the changes to 1843 that had been combined from edits from the practice committee. There were also additional edits from one of the board members that were incorporated at that time. So we worked through those sections and made some review comments and edits as needed yesterday. Second item on the agenda was updates to the PE application forms, also an ongoing topic. Marjorie had some updates to the PE application forms that you had identified. We took a look at those and worked through those. We're going to continue reviewing an application form and present updates at the next meeting. An action item from that particular discussion topic that Bryce, I'm remembering now, which is not covered here in the report, is that staff will be putting a proposed PE application form together based on the discussion we had yesterday for the committee to review at our next meeting. Sorry for that, Bryce, I didn't catch it in the
Specifically addressing online applications in coordination with the paper one we're looking at.
There's that issue, Marjorie, but there's also the issue with regard to an NCWS record and how to handle that application form in terms of organization of the application and making things clear to applicants that if they tell us that they've got an NCWS record, which sections of the application, the Washington State application, they do not need to fill out.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Let's see, the next discussion was on rulemaking, specifically WAC 19616, registered professional land surveyors. Shannon introduced possible changes to 19616, and Shannon is going to send out updated language to committee members after the survey committee reviews that document. The EQC was not really prepared yesterday to fully review that document until the survey committee had gone through it. Lastly, we had a discussion on-site law review and the examination associated with that. Kevin provided an overview of the changes to the Washington State on-site wastewater law review exam. There were several questions that were either clarified, changed, or updated. The committee reviewed the information as presented, and Elizabeth is going to review some of the question references there to ensure that they're correct. As excited. That's it. Any discussion on questions on yesterday's meeting?
with the application, he said that if the applicant has in NCWS records certain sections they don't have to, what are those certain sections that are contemplated as being
Sure.
not need to be filled in?
The sections that we discussed yesterday, Aaron, were things like education, and experience, primarily, right? Since those topics and what are contained within one's NCWS record. There was feedback from staff primarily that they believe that having the experience identified on our application and described there is helpful to them as they're going through the application process, primarily because, and certainly they can weigh in if they desire, it's my understanding that that's primarily due to the fact that our statute and rules have certain specific things that we look for as far as experience that are not part of necessarily what NCW requires when you establish an NCWS record.
Clark, they're talking about the experience summary, not necessarily the entire experience record. So there's a page, summary, right, where they put their experience in chronological order. And so that was helpful to staff to make sure that they could at a glance see if this was something.
And are these, the application you're talking about, that's initial licensure, right? That's not accommodated licensure.
Right. There was discussion as well, Aaron, about trying to make the application process as clear and straightforward as possible for everybody. And I think that's what we're aiming to do. And really was what the discussion of this item revolved around, is how can we make things clear to the applicant, but also the information that we need in order to assure ourselves that the applicant's qualified for licensure.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Any other comments, questions for EQC? Yeah.
Just a question. Clarifying, once Elizabeth has reviewed, and this will go for all the different law reviews, once she has reviewed it and we're in concurrence, they are approved to be changed, correct? Or does she need to come back to?
As far as the committee's concerned, I believe that we're good with the comments we made yesterday. We're even back and correct me if I'm incorrect in that, but that's my assumption, Kevin, is that the committee is good with the changes as long as we are sure that the law references are correct.
Does it require board of?
I don't know.
To approve the changes, those changes for law review, is that made? The recommendation from the committee is that they approve those changes. I guess you could approve them pending my review, or you can wait.
How soon, Kevin, are we looking to try to implement these changes?
Next week.
No.
I don't know the answer to that. I might say that accepting the committee reports approves any reviews. I mean, same with the applications. We're not going to vote on approving the changes to the PE, well, to all the applications eventually. So I think with the law review, if the committee says that those changes are such that they are not substantial, whatever, that we just accept it with the committee report.
Technically, you're not approving the committee report. And
We're
therefore,
accepting.
you're accepting. Therefore, you're not approving anything that the committee does. You're just accepting the report. So that's why we usually have a separate business item if there needs to be approval of any. So accepting again is just thank you for the report. It's not we approve of anything you did.
Okay.
So
I cannot add that to this meeting, even though this is our annual meeting, right? Because we didn't put it in the agenda in the beginning.
Well, do we have anything currently in our agenda that stuff?
And I mean, if I may, I think that there's no substantial changes to the law review. It's just edits, minor edits and rewording of questions, but the questions are almost, I mean, they're very similar to what they were.
Except for on-site. Yeah, otherwise it's.
Yeah.
Spelling and whatever.
Is it possible, Madam Chair, that you could direct staff to proceed with that implementation pending final review on their schedule, pending board approval?
Which would mean it wouldn't get changed until next.
No.
meeting.
It's not that you direct them to proceed on their schedule, pending board approval.
So you'd be asking them to
Here's all the-
implement,
Yes.
so put out the law review that has not been accepted by the board.
It's a pending.
So if the board then comes back and says, yeah, time out, the law review would already be implemented. Right?
Yes,
Agency report.
that's what I'm asking.
I mean, we typically don't. I don't remember actually. I guess it
Or under your report.
Agency operations.
I mean, I think we have the reports down in the agenda, and we don't typically vote on anything coming out of the report, but I don't know that, I mean, I think there's arguably enough notice that we're discussing things and may take action, and the action can be just discussion or it can be. It's not how we typically do it, but I think arguably discussion means, I mean, action means discussion.
So right now, you're saying we can.
I think this is the best time.
Discuss, and then, do you have any other comments about that?
And then
Yes, Madam Chair, just a question, and I would reference to Kevin, because I overheard his comment that maybe he didn't intend for me. At what point, where is the line between just normal operation of the agency and getting things done operationally versus what requires the board to approve it? At some point, right, we cross that line and we're discussing and approving everything. And maybe Elizabeth can answer that question.
Yeah, in my mind, it's content. If we change the content of a law exam, it seems like it should come from the board.
Okay.
And I would add, I agree. I would add that anything that goes out to the public and affects public's delivery with licensure, anything that affects the public's ability to become licensed, just like our rules, those need to be approved by the board.
Understood.
And in terms of an administrative change, that's like, minor administrative changes are like correcting spelling, correcting grammar. They're not like creating a new rule, exam question. Even if it's similar to the last exam question, it's still a pretty significant change. And as we discussed, like, I think one change we made to the rule to a question was adding context. I mean, those are fairly significant changes. I don't think they're quote unquote administrative.
Well, I guess, Madam Chair, I would ask that the AG's office, Elizabeth, review all of the law review exams in totality. And then we have the ability at the next board meeting to vote as the entire group to accept those law review exams going forward. There is no harm to keep going with what we have right now. There's nothing that says that we need to hurry up and get this law review because there's a potential public harm. So I think status quo right now, let Elizabeth review all of, survey engineer, what have you, and then come back as a full board and.
Okay, I tend to agree that it would be good to make the changes all at one time. So there's kind of a point in time when they all happen. And I don't recall us looking at the survey one. Did we?
Service in the survey.
The survey committee looked at them. Was there substantial?
There are a couple of
Okay,
questions.
then I agree with Aaron unless anyone has a strong feeling. I'm sorry, Kevin, that we can't move forward with it next week, but I think I'd like the onsite, at least one of our subject matter experts to review the new comments or the replacement questions on that one. Survey committee has done theirs, so then it's just a matter of references. And then we'll approve them all at once.
Apologies, but whose action item is it for the, to engage the onsite at SME?
Staff, Kevin, well, yeah, thank you. And then let's take that back through the EQC to, see what's happened and make a recommendation to the board. So action item is to put it on new business for next meeting to vote on all the law review comments.
I think EQC is shooting for 3 meetings in the next cycle, so we'll get it done.
Okay, excellent. Anything else for EQC? All right. The next committee is the executive committee. I will make that report. We met at 9 a.m. Committee is myself, board staff in attendance, either in person or online, was Ken, Christina, Mackenzie, Bryce, Shannon, Greg, Kevin, Randy, Jill, Vonna. We also had Ian Shelley, our financial consultant, Elizabeth Verberg, our advising attorney general. I'm still saying that wrong, advising attorney general.
Yeah, that's right.
And Kevin Vanderweg, our liaison with legislative. We had 2 guests, Aaron Reiner and a call-in user. We began by having Ian Shelley give us the overview for his April financial report. And he will do that again under agency report out this afternoon. I asked him about the fund sweep that the governor's office has proposed for our funds. It has taken place yet, but Mr. Shelley explained that the sweep of the funds will likely occur in July of 2025, but there's been no actual notification of that timing, but it's for the next biennium. He also mentioned that he'll be working with staff to close out this biennium, so everything needs to be turned in and reported by the end of June. So please put that in the minutes. Then Kevin Vanderweg spoke with us about preparations for the next legislative session. We have a bill that included the original changes to 1843 RCW that concerned the ability to put an on-site member on the board and adding a pro tem and some minor changes. That didn't get through the legislature this last time. And Kevin recommends that we can put in a substitute bill that will include all of our changes to 1843. But we need to get working on that right away. Yeah, moving it into stakeholder reviews and the entire process of doing it as a replacement bill in the next legislative session. And that our representative and senator that were supporting those bills are willing to take those forward again in the next session. He also mentioned that despite revenue of new taxes, the state budget picture does not appear to be improving. There may be a budget shortfall and that he is watching that in terms of how that may affect our agency in the future. Any questions on the financial report out, or the legislative session? We won't hear from Kevin this afternoon, but we will hear from Ian. All right, next we discuss the outreach strategic plan. Greg and Kevin Ballard gave us a overview of what that's going to look like, and some comments about that, and I believe that will also be under, oh, that's under 5.6 new business. They will present that to the board. It's something to look forward to. Board staff succession planning was discussed. Chris presented a table to the executive committee that kind of indicates the ranges of when some of our staff is moving towards retirement periods, so that we could,
Yeah, when they're eligible.
when they're eligible. And that, you know, this can help inform us as to what we might need to do to be proactive in succession planning. We discussed the director's position description, which you will be seeing also under new business, and that is needing board approval to go to OFM and say our board director needs a new classification representation for the level of effort that's required of that position. So we'll look at that later. And then discussed how we go forward with succession planning for the director, and had a discussion about the putting together either a task force or the executive committee working on what the board's desires are for the director for the future. What do we see as coming up in terms of what the director is going to need to be doing for this agency and for the board, and that we would like to, and that's kind of different but overlapping of the position description that is more of an HR classification. So the executive committee is going to take that up again next meeting and start working on that for the next year. All right, so that was pretty much the sum total of the meeting. We had some strategic planning items and action items that did not have report outs at this particular meeting that we want to have the staff move forward with and be sure to report to us next meeting on how progress is being made on some of these items. So that is the executive committee report. Any questions? Hearing none. It is 10:09. I think we keep going. Did I take that out of order?
I think the annotated is off.
They annotated it, so, okay, I'm looking at this, okay, so
Get it right.
it's only mine. Okay, so, I think we'll go ahead and do the practice committee. And then how about we take a break after that? And then continue with committee reports. So practice committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug Henderson, I chaired the practice committee meeting yesterday, yesterday morning. 15 to 11:15 here in this room in Seattle. We had myself, Mr. Blaisdell, Mr. Pete, as committee members, and additional staff, including Mr. Fuller, Ms. Warden. Let's be short, Garcia, Kramer, Rice. John Orange, Brian, as a guest online. We did review the complaint summary, and as we had an opportunity to also review a short note a few minutes ago with Mr. Garcia, and closure reports. We had 8 complaints, 8 that are under review, 1 case closure was reported. And we have all cases for the compliance report, non-compliance report as being in compliance. Committee did undertake the RCW 1843 craft language reviews. And we had those controlled by staff while Ms. Gillespie was updating online dynamically. And the recognition that those were basically dynamic coordination with the changes from May. So we did review those issues and changes. Committee discussed the late renewal window. One of the proposed changes that came in was to change existing language on renewal penalties for licensees to reduce the time period before a late penalty of another 50% go into play. And committee members felt that would foster a sense of urgency to encourage the registrants to renew on time. And we that change here today as we undertake that 1843 review. As it felt, basically it was maybe more than one. There's a lot of tension one way or the other about it. Okay. So we did recommend advancing the language to this meeting today. And so then we anticipate that we'll be down in the agenda reviewing the combined draft language for EQC and PC. And I guess there were some structural changes as well, right? So we have those. We discussed a CR 101 for WAC 9609, dealing with brief adjudicative proceedings, and the committee recommended that the board move forward with approval of CR 101. And we also reviewed and recommended the board consider approval of CR 2 for WAC 9625 language, which the board will see here later down the agenda. We looked at the PE law review changes as discussed prior items. We received some identification of changes, proposed changes, and we get that also with the board for any considered action for further resolution. We did recognize this order where we'll be verifying basically the references associated with those changes. And we adjourned the meeting at 11. Do we have any questions on these numbers?
No questions or comments for Doug? Okay. It is now 10:14. I propose we take a 16-minute break, reconvening at 10:30. Mackenzie, will you stop the recording? Open session again. Need you all back where you belong so that we can move forward, because the structural committee report is next. All right, 10:30, the recording is on,
Yes.
and people online can hear us presumably. Do we have any new attendees?
We have not had any new attendees.
Okay. Have just staff online at this point. All right, so structural committee report out, please.
Okay, thank you. Marriott at 11:30 a.m. Marjorie and I were here in the room. Chun joined us via Teams. Support staff in the room was Christina, Mackenzie, twice, Elizabeth, Kevin. Via Teams, Ken, Donna, Shannon, and Greg. Bryce, did you know Greg was via Teams?
Oh, yes, well,
Thank you. We had guests, full room, Matt, Aaron, Jim, and John Warren. Just a few discussion topics. The first was the SE application forms. We're continuing to review that. Marjorie detailed the updates to SE registration and experience and verification forms. Ken suggests broadening the comedy applicant's additional requirements section to say NCAAS PE exam instead of NCAAS 8-hour PE civil/structural exam. Committee accepted the suggestion. Verification of compared to the originally committee deliberated about appropriate verifiers. The committee will review and revise the SC registration application at a later meeting. The committee needs more clarification as the board moves forward with decoupling. The committee is proposing any changes made during the meeting be sent to the exam qualifications committee for further. Another law. Next topic would review the SE requirements section in RCW 1843.040. Marjorie provided an overview of changes to the section. We looked at exam pass rates. We actually didn't have any new information yet. Bonnet presented data for SE licenses issued in 2024. 40 SE licenses were issued and 35 of those were comedy applications. An action item based on the exam and licenses issued from January 1st of this year to date for review at the next committee meeting, and hopefully that will include results of the April SE exam. We discussed the SCWS Western Zone Engineering Forum at the Western Zone meeting. The Western Zone proposed a motion which was carried to the board, and Aaron summarized the NCAAS board meeting vote for us during the meeting. We adjourned at 12:46 p.m. you're pondering it. Any questions or comments?
I do have a question, David. The first discussion topic, you talked about broadening the comedy applicants additional requirements section. That's within the application?
Yes.
Okay. So to have it just say not specifically an hour, right?
Or that it's the civil structural exam.
Right. It's just a PE exam, but was there any discussion on whether is there like an equivalency in which the committee thought would be something to look at, or, you know, trying to say that this comedy applicant here from this date is it equivalent to our law?
It has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
It's just that our law says you gotta have a PE, and if they haven't already taken it, they need to take PE.
Period. Not an 8-hour PE civil structural.
There was a discussion of what
Yeah.
if the PE was in electrical engineering?
Right.
And again, it's character satisfactory to the board,
Right.
the person's experience.
Yeah.
So in addition to the electrical experience, they had a structural experience. The board grabbed the license. Anything else?
Dave, just clarification, so EQC can expect further suggested edits to RCW 1843-040 from the structural committee, considering,
No,
I think you have that.
oh, we have those already.
Who's done
we approved the change from may to must on the exam under the structural, so no new edits on 1843
From structural.
from structural.
Right.
It's the application
Yeah.
we're going to get.
Right, the application, and partly because we're still, the work that EQC is doing on the PE application, and we're trying to make them match, and then we have had some, we have a question. Are we gonna discuss that question? Because, when are we discussing that question? I think we will discuss that under 1843 changes.
Okay. Thank you. Be good to,
Because I would like to have a official written vote about which way we're gonna go with the decoupling.
concur, and it would be good, at least from EQC's perspective, to have one document that all of the post edits, changes, questions, suggestions, whatever, from either committee work, board members, or staff are incorporated so that we can just get the bottom of it.
Yeah.
That's
It's what we had intended to have before.
understood.
Okay.
So one last thing is, I think that's the whole structural will be out in July.
Good to know.
That's,
Thank you.
good. It's late. Okay, any other comments? Let's go to the survey committee.
So survey committee met yesterday in this room at 2:45. Members present of the committee were myself, Matt, and Doug. Support staff were Chris, Shannon, Jill, Randy, Wanda, Mackenzie, Bryce, Kevin, Greg, and Elizabeth. Guests in the room were Jim, Wengler, David Eisenhower, Pat Beeler, John Warren, and Weston Gorzinski. And a variety of people were through teams that were present. Discussion topics, we started out with we talked about some of the upcoming opportunities to voice to NCWS, some of the model law ideas and changes that we could potentially help and provide NCWS. We talked about that, and so the current NCWS model law rule from NCWS website was going to be sent around to committee members just to take a look at. Let's see, one of the other things that we talked about with Kevin, review for certain, whether each and every one of them, some questions were replaced with others, and so an action item came up that before those to Elizabeth, review of those question references. And so that we also went through 9616, the proposed changes, obviously in tandem with other committees' work. And so the committee will advance all those recommended changes to the EQ for their review. Is what we came up with. And obviously, surveyors talk a lot, so we went over our time. And so we didn't adjourn until late into the hour, almost 5 p.m. So that's all I have.
Questions or comments for the committee chair?
In some detail, those changes in 19616, much of it was aspects of cohesion, consistency through there between different status, for example, of licensees, inactive licensees, retired licensees, and resumption. I think one of the proposed changes that had some more extensive discussion was a reduction of issues of carryover. So our rules for most other jurisdictions generally have a 15 PDH carryover. So there was a recommendation to reduce that to 5. So that's part of the package for DQ.
So that packet is accepted by the survey committee and going forward to EQC, or is it still being worked on?
It's moving to EQC.
Going to EQ.
Okay,
It's not accepted, but recommended.
recommended.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I will get all this terminology squared away today because we'll have to use it.
So, I mean, I guess jumping on that same again with Doug, there another big change that the survey committee ended is removing the temporary license portion of WAC. It has been used twice in the last 30 years. And so the committee felt, and members within the committee felt that it's really not used and not needed whatsoever.
The conditions were generally the same as initial licensure. So we didn't feel it was a benefit.
Okay, anything else with survey? You, Aaron? 4.6 on-site wastewater ad hoc committee. Mike, any?
Thank you, Marjorie. The on-site committee did not meet during this cycle. There were no topics that needed to be discussed by the committee or business for that committee. However, there is an upcoming on-site committee meeting currently being scheduled for the next cycle.
Okay. All right, we are just doing great. That is it for committee reports. We are on to new business. And that starts with the draft language and the CR 102 for WAC 196-25, which is a recommendation from the PC committee. You want to bring that up for us before we talk about it?
I believe Shannon wanted to pull on that.
I've got it in the packet.
Oh,
It does have markups as well.
that went out this morning, the final markups.
The 196.25.
I thought we were talking even.
No, 196-25 is maybe the other agenda. I better double check. Yeah, 196-25 is. All right, so the board needs to vote on proceeding this to a CR 102.
Which is a, this is proposed language that requesting public comment.
Right, okay. So CR, so WAC 196-25-010. If you all can,
I move we advance this to CR 102.
Second.
moved and seconded to advance this to CR 102. Questions and comments? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of advancing, of the motion to advance WAC 196-25 proposed changes to a CR 102, please say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, WAC 196-09. We are looking for a motion to move the proposed edits, which I don't have here.
No, this is first opening.
It's just,
Oh,
it
right.
is a 101.
All right, sorry, we don't have proposed edits. We do a CR 101 in order to open it up to be able to make edits.
I so move advancement of 19609 to CR 101 for proposed changes under consideration.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Can you give us a brief of what we're looking to study and edit?
This deals with the BAP process, and so we have some clarifications in the text expected,
Thank you.
and extension of topical areas where a BAP may be applied.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, approval of draft language and a CR 102 for WAC 196-16 from the survey committee.
That's
No, I-
I think that
Sorry,
19616 is the survey content. Oh, it's from the survey committee, but I believe that the survey committee reported that they were pushing that to EQ.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, good, thank you. Ed. All right. Sorry. Okay, here we go, folks. We are going to discuss the combined edits for chapter 1843 RCW that come from both the PC and the EQC. The first item is a discussion of legislative presentation. And I have already mentioned, sorry.
Are we looking at the combined version 2 document?
Yes, we need to look at the combined version 2 document
Okay,
to
Thanks.
see if.
just want to make sure I have the right.
Yeah.
I believe there was one sent, like
Okay,
yesterday.
yeah, right.
That is what's being presented now.
All right, tell me exactly the title of the document so people can pull it up.
Sure, I have it, it's, okay.
06-17-2025 draft 18.43 updated.
Does anybody have like the time? Because we've got a bunch of stuff.
She sent it
At 4:21 PM
4:21.
yesterday. Oh,
We must have a time delay.
All right, anybody need further discussion on that before we proceed?
And to know, we do have Shannon online as well, if any questions for her.
So can we? I apologize. I've been confused by the different versions. Does this have the changes proposed by Aaron, the changes proposed by Marjorie, and all the other changes in it?
yes.
Is this? So
This is the
has-
fine.
yeah.
This is what came out of all the committees yesterday. And Aaron
There
and Marjorie.
are areas, Shannon, that need to be discussed by the board before it's final, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I am going to discuss what's under item 5.4.1 about legislative action first. And then I'm going to ask for a motion to approve these edits, and then we will discuss them before we vote. And we will go down through it very carefully, because this is it, folks. I said a year ago that we are going to be done with this section before or I'm not chair anymore. So, right? First item is the discussion of legislative presentation. And as I said in the executive committee report out, we discussed it with Kevin Vanderweg, who is our liaison. And he believes that the pathway to provide a substitute bill, because bills are still active between the session in 2025 and 2026, and that our sponsors are amenable to taking our bill forward. I asked him again specifically to replacing some language in 040 to cover this issue of decoupling, which is a little more substantial change in terms of our process. And he said that's acceptable. There's no problem with that moving forward as a substitute bill. So he is prepared to take care of that for us. Any questions about that issue? Right. I would like a motion to approve the edits.
I have a comment on one of the edits, or do that now?
Yeah, I think we'll do it during discussion. It's a little difficult to say, let's approve the edits when we still have some edits to discuss. But I think we start with a motion.
I will move to bring to discussion and for approval by the board, proposed changes in the 1843 markups that have been compiled.
So the motion is to bring it to the
Bring
board
it to the board for acceptance.
approval.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to bring to the board for approval the edits from the PC and the EQC for chapter 1843 RCW. Is there any discussion? It's a good time to.
Madam Chair, the discussion suggests we walk through them.
I would like to do it that way. Let's take it from top to bottom. Shannon, you are on with this one. And if any has edits, and we have some areas that need a little discussion before it's completed, so let's go from the top.
Okay, so the first thing, I want to tell you the changes that are done in black, strike throughs in the underline, that is out of last legislative session. That's the bill that was changed. So it's recommended that we delete the term engineer, delete the term land surveyor, but we reserve those numbers, 3 and 6. And these are the only changes in that section. In section 3.0, there's no changes currently. Oh, yes, there is. Sorry about that. Down towards the bottom where it says each member of the board shall be a citizen of the United States. That was struck through in House Bill 1104 last session. So we're recommending that we strike it out. In section 0.
Side note to that,
Excuse me?
What's that? I said as a side note, I found a case, Supreme Court case that required that be stricken.
Okay.
So inhibits a requirement of citizenship
Yeah.
on the board. Thank you.
Okay. In 1843-033, there were no changes other than the ones proposed last session. 035, words professional were added for land surveyors. In that section, okay, and 040. I know Maureen has some edits or some questions.
Okay.
So we had talked about yesterday that we modified that first sentence to include the engineering training and land surveyor in training, so that when you go further down, we would remove a similar statement above item, which is now in the markup item 4. We would remove that sentence, and in item 4, and land surveyor in training would be item 5, so that we would have one. And then,
You, again, I can't remember where that.
it's on page 12, bottom. So what is now labeled as item 4 would be erased or deleted.
Yeah.
And 4A, or A becomes 4, and B becomes 5, and then 5 becomes 6.
That is what we discussed yesterday.
Yes.
So that hasn't been changed yet. So A and B are 5, 6.
No, 4 and 5.
Sorry, I didn't say 4 and 5.
And then further down, 5 becomes 6.
Remove,
Cascade.
following will be considered, right?
No, take that out because it already states that at the top. So we don't need to state it again.
I will get that. I am changing that on our now. Okay. Okay, were there any other edits to the section?
We go, should do people want to, do you want to talk about anything like from the top, explain what changes are made here? Shannon,
Okay,
like we just did.
we, actually, the QC, or took away the requirement that they have to have their their education experience first. Part we didn't list it in any particular order. It's just you have to have this, you have to have this, you have to have this. There are no, so that would work for decoupling, should the board decide to go that way.
Right, so
And we
this
did
is
it.
all about, mainly about decoupling, right? So it's trying, the language change initially was in order to decouple the examinations from the rest of the process.
The other significant thing that we did here, right, is we made the examination requirements in the RCW more generic, instead of referring directly to titles of the NCAA exams, correct?
I think they were already that way, but yes, that's the idea, is to just say a board-approved event of an examination instead of by any particular group. So yes, trying to keep it generic, so in case they decide to do their own examination, or they decide to accept other examinations besides NCWS, it's just a generic examination on fundamentals, examinations on principles and methods.
Okay, anything further in that section?
Shannon going to continue to walk through the section, or?
Yeah, I think we want to talk about the changes to years of experience granted to various different levels of years in school and things.
I can quickly walk through until we get there, if you want me to.
Okay,
It's just, I'm thinking,
is that okay with you, Shannon, that we have Elizabeth kind of walk us through some of these changes on
Yes.
this particular section? Yeah, great, thanks.
Because you
Okay.
guys are freaking out.
so, yeah, we just talked about the examination decoupling.
Where are you? in
Okay,
doc
I'm
five?
looking at just at the very beginning, I'm looking at section 1, professional engineer. And we made the examination separate from having to apply and then take the examination. And we made the reference to the types of examinations more generic, and so they're now board approved, and the board can approve whatever it sees fit for an appropriate examination. Considering, also keeping in mind that, you know, reciprocity governs that, but that's something the board can deal with internally. Then, so it's all where other examinations is determined by the board is on there, which also is meant to include, that's section A, little I, 3 I's. And that was intended to include like a law review exam or any other type of examination that the board decides in the future that it needs to add. That encompasses any other type of exam. And then the experience requirements, with the testing examination section there, I just focused in on, just the experience. We talked about making it more generic, shortening that up, but decided ultimately that we wanted to leave this sort of skeleton, realizing that the WAC will go into more detail to define this experience requirement and how many years go with each thing. But we felt like it was, this section was allowing, would allow the WACs to sort of dovetail with this. Education. So we have the experience and we have the education. I guess the education is the one we discussed maybe shortly, but ultimately the group, the committee decided not to. And then that was section B, A, B, and C. And D is no more than 4 years of experience required for undergraduate education is the same. E is experience for teaching.
And again, we have shortened it.
Yes. we've
Yeah,
heard this,
because
yeah.
the WAC has it covered, and so this is the rule
Yeah, this
covered
allows,
well
right. It's
and
like,
more description in the
yeah,
WAC.
it's like the skeleton and the WAC fills it in with more detail, which the board is authorized to do.
For example, on item C, so I'm on page 11, item C, where it talks about an undergraduate degree in a non-land surveying program. When we talk about equivalent up to 2 years, what those 2 years is actually contained is in WAC.
At the discretion of the board, and that can be in the WAC, or it can be just left at the discretion of the board. But I think it's in WAC, right?
It's in WAC,
Yeah.
but the 2 years, if we'd ever have to change, or if we wanted to change that to be 3 years or 1 year, we'd have to change RCW.
That's true. Yeah, and if you don't like that for land surveying, maybe that's not realistic for land surveying, I don't know.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, it just, the
Yeah,
whole
this-
2 years.
This is really, if you think that's too, and Marjorie, if you think that's too detailed, then we could remove that.
well, I'm not down to the survey one yet.
Right, but
I'm still looking at the
I'm
engineering
looking at
one.
the engineering, it's the same language.
It's the number
Yeah.
within law.
So it's item 1A, B. Small 2, item B, item C on page 8. So it's a capital C. And it's for non-engineering, and it's reflected also in the land surveying, an undergraduate degree in something else that's not engineering. And this says may be the equivalent of up to 2 years of experience at the discretion of the board. So if you get a degree at something that's maybe engineering related, let's say you get an engineer degree in applied math. It just, yeah, to allow you up to 2 years. I don't know if that's too specific for, it can be different too. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
be too specific, but you don't.
I think that this is what we have carried for at least as long as I've been on the board, and I don't see a reason that that's going to change, so I don't have a problem with it staying in RCW.
Yeah, this is a reflection of existing law. But if you think it's for land surveyors, if you think that's a problem, you ever seen it before? Now,
Matt or Jim, look at the other surveyors.
Thinking of GIS degrees, people have asked me about that, and I think we maybe pigeonhole myself, only giving somebody 2 years when they have 3 years or almost.
that's fair.
10 years or?
This question has come up a lot when I do
Yes.
the outreach at LSAW.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
Because surveying is often a second attempt at a profession for people. They maybe go to school for 4 years for something similar like geography, geology, or GIS, or some other similar, where there's some value to it.
Yeah,
And, they're trying to get into the profession and, people later in life trying to wait another 8 years and they're like, I have to, I've already done 4 years of schooling. If we could have a little bit of discretion on if we want to give them 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, that would be nice.
maybe just remove that up to 2 years.
Alright, so
Discretion of the
Equivalent
board.
engineering
Let's-
experience at the discretion of the board. My preference would be to have all of them read the same.
Yes.
If you give more discretion to one, you should be able to give more discretion to the other.
I'm not so sure. I don't know that we should change the engineering.
Yeah,
Because we've had
feel like it reflects, we're removing some extraneous stuff, but we're staying with some of the things that just help inform somebody quickly, and 4 years and or some portion thereof.
There's less
Hopefully.
surveys.
That's what I'm thinking. They're totally
Right.
different professions, totally
Yeah.
different, ability to get degrees, right? So there's
Especially within this state.
lots of engineering degrees, lots of places to get that degree.
It's difficult to imagine any other 4-year degree or 3-year degree that would be the equivalent of engineering. I mean, I can imagine a few other scientific degrees that could be equivalent of the first 2 years of a typical engineer education, but full 3 years or 4 years, those last 2 years, I think as engineers already know, get pretty darn specific to engineering.
Well, but the words are granted up to 2 years
Right.
of the engineering experience, right? Not the education.
So the education is, if you get a 4-year degree, you get 4 years of education.
Right, but like, you know, they put up of engineering experience. So it's not as though a 2-year degree is a 2-year degree with regard to engineering. See, like Elizabeth's example of applied math. I mean, I'm not suggesting that we take 2 years of applied math and equal 2 years of any other engineering education, but it could be applied to experience.
So we are right now, we are not changing the requirements. We are looking at, does the RCW limit us in a way that would make it difficult to change the requirements that are very well covered in
Yes.
WAC?
That is very,
And so let's not discuss whether or not we should change the requirement. Let's just say, is this field too limiting?
yes,
It is covered in WAC.
yes.
So even if we change it here, it doesn't change the criteria
Good point.
at the moment, but it allows us the flexibility to do that if we feel the world is changing and we need to.
World's changing.
Yeah.
A lot of ways.
No question.
But, so just to confirm, Marjorie, because I'm maybe not as familiar with the WAC as you and maybe others know, Mark. Currently, the WAC has the restriction of up to 2 years of experience being granted.
Basically, that points the current RCW.
Right,
Yeah,
that's where it comes from. It comes from the.
Because I would agree that bears more discussion if we want to go there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, and it had been very fully reviewed when WAC had been changed, say, 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
So,
Changing this, Mike, doesn't mean we're gonna turn around and change the WAC. It just gives it an opportunity. We want to not have to go through the process changing our.
I just wanted to ensure that the 2-year max was in the WAC before.
Yeah.
right. And year without having to requirements. We're balancing that with what Mike said to me yesterday, which was, you know, people come here, they don't necessarily know where to go in WAC because we can't reference it that way. And so we don't want to increase confusion for people by taking out all of the actual requirements. So that part has got to be balanced with this idea of giving ourselves opportunity for future changes. So as the world turns.
My concern was when we talked about really shortening it was we need some kind of skeleton that gives you, here are the parts and pieces of education as experience, but you don't need to get into, the years. Trying to kind of stay away from that and allow that to be in.
That's what almost seems like in this case, instead of changing 2 years to 4 years, it would be better to just not say. Because then we're not in direct conflict with what the WAC says.
Right.
Just one item. if we
Under
take-
surveying,
Yeah.
under surveying.
But not under the.
I think we're talking about all of them. Because we're not changing the WAC, the requirement we're going to be the same, we're removing the specific law restriction to make it 2 years. And making
Okay.
that a little more discretionary at the board level to say.
Right.
So
So let's go back up to where we left off under engineering. Continuing down,
So it's page 8, section capital C. And there's a phrase in black. So the red under section C says, an undergraduate degree in a non-engineering program may, and then it goes, a lot of deletions, and then it says, be considered the equivalent of, and then we have in black there, up to 2 years. It could be removed, where it would be considered the equivalent of engineering experience at the discretion of the board.
that's how I think it should.
So that black phrase, up to 2 years of, and then it would just read, be considered the equivalent of experience at the discretion of the board, and then that leaves it to wax.
Yes, yeah.
And you would do that on both section Cs and both engineering and surveying.
That's good.
okay. Remove it? Yes, please do it live. We're voting on this thing today, even if we're here till 7. I do know.
Shannon,
I am updating it right now.
are you in, Shannon? Are you on
Motivate.
SharePoint? I can open up the Word.
Get a little more focused.
Is,
Yes,
sorry,
I am on
just,
SharePoint.
you say an undergraduate degree may be considered the equivalent.
Of experience as the discretion of the board.
Right. Could that be misleading to somebody? And then they go to the WAC and says, sorry, well, we're only gonna take 2 years of that?
I think it's clear because we have at the discretion of the board. So I think it's
Okay.
clear enough.
I think to resolve, I think we need, as a board, needs to do a good job on our website or
Yes,
put out saying, here are the requirements to get licensed.
right.
Don't worry about whether it's an RCW or WAC. Here's what it is. We can put the supporting citations thing. But rather than say, go read the RCW, we can do a better job of bullet pointing those out. That removes the confusion. If people don't know to go look at our website to get licensed, well, then they probably shouldn't be getting.
No, that's true. That's what I agree with that.
Yeah,
If it's on your website, if it's on your website, you're in good shape. If you expect people to go out and find
Right.
the WAC,
That-
then you're not in good shape. I think it's good. We've also removed those years. We removed the next section. Oh, D says no more. And I don't think any argument about that. But the next one is granted, experience granted for teaching, postgraduate education. And we removed the 1 year there and put as further defined by and at the discretion of the board. So there, we moved that number there. Again, that's gonna be in WAC, it already is in WAC. So just pull it out a little bit in terms of the specificity. And then, I think Shannon's still trying to get that.
It's me. It's the internet connection. It's not great, so there's a little lag.
Okay, well, we won't make any other changes, but we're gonna continue the discussion.
Okay. Then the next section, which is three I's. The mayor execution as a contractor of work signed by a professional engineer, or the supervision of construction shall not be deemed to be the practice of engineering. So, that's in our statute now. I don't know that Did we have it before? I can't remember.
It's currently in statute. I just had to move it.
It's moved. Yeah, thanks. And
Can I
then,
ask another question?
yeah, sure.
Maybe I'm confusing my states. I thought we allowed a master's degree to be 1 year of
Yeah, it's in the WAC.
Yeah.
So we're just getting.
That's the postgraduate, so, yeah, postgraduate.
So that's where,
Yeah, so now it used to say 1 year here, but we took it out and put it, we're just like, look to, let the boards.
okay, got it. Thank
At
you.
the discretion of,
So I'm not going crazy. It is when there's somewhere.
Yeah, it's there, it's there.
That's the phrase, sure. At the discretion of the
all
board.
right, tell when you have made the edit to C so that we can all.
So sad.
See it.
It's done, Marjorie.
You're right behind me is like,
Oh, is there?
you've been stepping over my board, so.
I did not notice. Marjorie, she's made the edits.
Okay, let's look at the edits. Under C.
Yeah.
Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Great, okay, and now we,
I'm gonna have to look here since I moved here.
this is not what's up there.
No, I know, I was just moving down.
Oh, okay, yeah, moving down.
And then structural engineering section, is there anything controversial there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Just like lists out the requirements. And I don't think we've changed those requirements,
We have not.
so. No changes, then we have this big, move the engineer and training and the land surveyor and training to separate sections.
At the end.
At the end of this. And now we get into fresh.
All right, so number 3, professional land surveyor.
So we have the examination requirement, it's pretty straightforward, and we pulled out the names, they're just generic.
Sorry, let me go back to item C, I'm on page 9, little c.
Okay, hold on.
There's page 9, one up. C, an applicant
Must
must
pass,
pass an additional.
well, they must pass additional examinations as prescribed by the board. Would there ever be a time at which the board would say passed? You don't need any additional examination.
Yeah, if there's no additional examinations, there's no additional examination.
But this says they must pass additional examination.
There,
I guess you could put any.
Well, would the board ever say that? you-
we'll just look at your experience and give you a license and not
no.
give any exam.
Or they've taken exams.
They've done that, so this is meant to cover, so we already have the FE exam and the PE exam, and this is meant to be any additional examinations, if there are.
For structural. For structural.
Oh,
but-
right, yeah.
But if an applicant, it says an applicant must pass additional exams. They must pass. So if there are no additional exams that the board would require, it said must. Can this be reworded to
Any additional?
any additional exams? I mean, we could have multiple exams, like which. But I'm just giving up flexibility as much.
So in the engineer section, it's less specific, I get what you're saying, it just says other examinations as determined by the board, so maybe it should be that same language.
Yeah.
And again, it's just a thought of, what if somebody comes and says, you've passed a ton of exams, we don't feel that there's any additional exams that you must take. Would it be conflict, they must pass additional exams as per present. If it's a non-issue, then.
Isn't this referring to the structural exam?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if, without that, without any additional exams, you could be a structural just by passing the PE. So there's always going to be additional exams.
Okay, so here are the licensure requirements. Hold a current registration, have at least 2 years of additional experience, and pass an additional examination as prescribed by the board. But you're saying, what if at some point in the future, there wasn't an examination?
That's what I'm confused.
As
I mean,
prescribed by the board.
As prescribed.
Why
by
would it, yeah, that,
The
then
word
there won't
must.
be a license.
Right.
You know, if the board said that you don't have any more exams, what you've already passed is equivalent to what we.
Then you've passed an additional examination.
Okay, so you
It's
can
not
go.
saying,
Okay, I was just
Yeah.
asking the question.
I
Is
don't
it
know if
too-
you're talking timeline in terms of when somebody must pass, or if you're just saying,
That they must pass additional, would there be any time in which the board would say that you don't have to take any additional exams? This says they must.
They wouldn't
take
prescribe
additional-
them then. Prescribed
If
by
they
the
have
board
already-
resolves that.
then they have already
Okay.
fulfilled that requirement. Yeah, so.
Yeah, but without that statement, you could be a structural with just passing the PE. And I don't see that we would ever be,
We would get rid of the.
we wouldn't have a structural license.
Yeah. All right. I propose that we just keep the language as shown here. And, I know there was a question of changing it to match the others as opposed to leaving it as pass additional examinations as prescribed by the board. I think that leaves it fairly open to the board to define those examinations. So that, back down to, ELS. If anybody has anything else in sections 1 and 2? We're now on section 3.
Just real quick. Apologies, Marjorie. This version deletes the engineer must be registered as a structural engineer in order to provide structural engineering services for student structures. Did that just move somewhere else? Okay, thanks, Matt. I know we have one yesterday.
It's up at the top under 2.
Okay.
It's
Oh, okay,
the
yeah.
It's the second sentence.
Yeah, sometimes some of the things look crossed out, like we're getting rid of the,
Got it.
yeah, it's just.
I know we discussed it yesterday.
Okay, so examination requirements Elizabeth just mentioned for PLS. Fundamentals, principles of practice of surveying. Other examinations is determined by the board, that's all the same. Now the experience requirement.
We talked about removing and or. I know we talked about removing it somewhere, but we have it here
That's
on
down.
education. And we're teaching, okay, that's down further.
Yeah. Discuss that
Yeah,
one.
it's fine.
Let's talk about experience requirements. I think we're okay on little I. I. All right, so now we're talking about A.
Does this have the comments in it, Shannon? Because you had comments, I remember.
So just that I'm not,
I don't. Did you hear that, Shannon? This is spelled wrong.
What did you say, Elizabeth?
She was asking if this included comments.
Like, because Aaron had comments yesterday and I believe Marjorie also had comments yesterday.
Maureen had a number.
Yeah, that were shown on the document for us to talk about.
I think if they were for the board to talk about, they're like the renewal ones there. I think if the committee approved it, I'm not sure if I left the comments in. I mean, I'll have to
Because
look.
I think we were gonna discuss those, some of those with the board.
I thought that wasn't in 1843. I thought that was different.
Well, we have some in 1843 and I
Yeah.
think we'll get to them. I don't think we're
Can you fix,
there.
Shannon, can you fix the spelling of discretion in section, page?
I believe this is on page 10 and it is,
Section
Capital B.
capital B.
Yep, done.
all right. So are we keeping that B, satisfaction of each year of a land surveying program may be considered equivalent to 1 year experience at the discretion of the board?
That's saying how much in the intersection.
Okay.
It's just
C, an undergraduate degree in a non-land surveying program may be considered equivalent of, and shall we take out the up to 2 years?
Correct.
At the discretion of the board. Do you have that fixed, Shannon? Everybody look at that, make sure they
Yes.
agree with that. Okay,
It's in the WAC that it says that the experience has to be under another licensee. We don't have it in the RCW, that's just in the WAC.
interesting.
This is education.
No, we're under experience, right?
We're under,
This land surveying program, is that what you're reading?
But we were under C, which is undergraduate degrees.
Ah.
I think she's in general saying, where
In
did
general, I
you say
guess.
your experience?
And I don't know
Basically
that I saw
outside
it at
of
the
school.
engineering portion either.
Well, I think we say so what we do with experience, just say of a character sufficient, acceptable to the board. And then we go into more detail in the plan.
So it's, yeah,
Education.
so it says, as long as it
That
says
applies
that.
towards the experience, but she's talking, she's talking about experience.
Different subject.
Yeah, all right, so we fixed C. D, no more than 4 years' experience will be granted for undergraduate education. I think that's okay as is. E, experience may also be granted for teaching or postgraduate education is further defined by and at the discretion of the board. Any questions on that one? All right, and then we took out the more detailed descriptor of postgraduate. And then the land surveyor and training is only crossed out here because we've moved it.
Well, not just that, but because in the old section, all the requirements for actual licensure were under the in training, the way it used to be written. So there was just a little bit about, to become licensed as a professional engineer, and then a long description. Training section, so we took all that out and made it into its own. And then at the very bottom, we just say land surveyor training or engineering training. And give the simple requirements for that.
Okay. So we are now on, item 4.
Page 12.
Page 12, item 4, following will be considered as minimum evidence satisfactory to the board of the applicable things that qualify.
Sentence out.
4,
Yes, item 4, we just removed that sentence earlier and engineering training is item 4.
Correct.
right, was your first comment.
Right.
Yeah, I had not intended to be
And
the,
we got that, Shannon, you got that deleted, right?
She,
Yeah.
Yes.
Imagine, yeah.
That's 4, and surveying and training, that's 5. I have a question on 4. When we refer to someone who has not made application, are they an applicant? The confusion is we say an applicant who has completed all this stuff may apply for an engineering training certification. So we call them an applicant, but yet they haven't.
I hear what you're saying, but it's just what we've been calling people all the way through who are applying, so.
Sometimes. Right?
Any other comments on engineering training? Land surveyor training? I don't know how I end up being the walking.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it back.
I know, okay.
So,
I don't know if I accidentally deleted something, but is my text in 24 and 5 still have the right certificate being called? Because it looks like 4 has a land surveyor training certificate. Oh,
No,
B,
Or,
so
so
because A and B.
it's A and B? Or is it 4 and 5? 4 and 5, so this one should be changed to 5.
so under land surveying, question is an applicant who has completed 4 years of experience, type outlined. We have this section has received and has received passing score. May apply for a land surveyor training certificate from the board. What is your question?
No, I had a their erroneous deletion that combined the EIT question and the land surveyor certificate. So just lapse.
I'm still concerned about the lack of comments. I just don't want to don't miss any comments that
Well,
we need to discuss.
we have been discussing in committees, so I think people are doing a good job following.
No.
Yeah, all right.
I won't remember.
So the only reason that, yes, the contractor thing has been deleted is that it's up above in engineering.
Yes. And then, moving through, we're removing him, her to themselves. I thought we were doing that the last time, but maybe we're catching up with that. I don't think is there anything else here? We talked about both the engineering training, section 4, the land surveying training, section 5. And then section 6 is the same. But I suppose you could change it if you wanted to.
And 6 was existing language, is that correct? That you don't have to be practicing currently in order to apply?
There is, right,
and the only changes we made to 6 were the taking out the and or.
and you're satisfied though that this doesn't need to be changed.
No, she's talking about the new 6.
Bullet 6.
Yeah, it used to be bullet 5, I mean,
Or do I change it?
yeah, it's not section 6. I did that. I realized they're still back up.
Especially in the one of section 6. The and or.
We're not there yet.
That's section 6, you're right, we're moving down. Shall we move, let's move down?
Right here. Where
Well, we're not there yet. I want to go back up.
We gotta split
item
up
6. Yeah.
Where we are, right here.
I just want the board to acknowledge that this thing says you don't have to be practicing in your field to apply. So you may have been doing engineering 10 years ago, and now all of a sudden you apply for being a PE. Same with surveying, this applies that you may not be at all current,
I mean, you could,
and you can apply
you could apply.
at the discretion of the board.
You may or may not.
It gives an allowance even though we don't have anything that says you couldn't do it at this point.
Well, this actually doesn't say they can apply. It says it entitles them to registration. And so maybe it needs to say at the discretion of the board.
any person having the necessary qualifications prescribed in this chapter. So first they have to have all the necessary, that everything says at the discretion of the board. So your experience is at the discretion, all the requirements are at the discretion of the board already. So any person having the necessary qualifications as prescribed in this chapter, which is a character satisfactory to the board, to entitle themselves to registration shall be eligible for such registration, although the person may not be practicing at the time of their making the application. So again, everything goes back to, they still have to meet all those requirements. And in order to do so, they have to meet the experience requirements that are of a character satisfactory to the board. So this doesn't create any exclusion. I don't know that this needs to be here because we don't say anywhere that they have to be, currently practicing. So this
Right.
isn't necessary. This isn't necessary.
I have no idea how it got there in the first place, but it's.
So we could remove it as,
As a potential misreading, that would be an inhibition.
something. That's up to the board. You can, I don't see any reason that it should be there, but also and we're making so many changes though for it anyway.
Madam Chair, I would come.
Anybody else have comment? We'll do a global motion change afterwards, but just let nods, whether you agree with
Yeah, I think it's,
removing it.
it can open it up to, for example, if somebody hasn't practiced for 20 years. Now they're going to get their license.
Yeah, and I just moved to Washington and I'm going to
Yeah,
apply.
I'm not sure what we can do, but
Well, you can still, again,
Discuss
it
it.
all gets back to their application and whether their experience is of a character sufficient. Now, I forgot the phrase.
Satisfactory.
Satisfactory. Satisfactory to the board. Got it. So, again, I think this could lead to some kind of ambiguity, so it's probably better not to have it, because you want to treat all of the applicants the same, whether or not they're practicing at the time.
Okay. Move on with getting rid of it.
yeah.
Got that, Shannon?
Remove it.
Delete all section 6.
Item 6.
Item.
But it's actually a subsection 6,
Yes.
as opposed to this big black thing that says section 6, which is how Bill said it.
All right, now we are on section 6. And if this is our CW
Now,
1843050.
Go ahead.
so we're not seeing the edited version?
You are,
We better.
there is a link.
Oh, delay. Okay, thank you.
I went like this. You can see
It
it.
bounced to the moon and back, so you got about
Right.
6 seconds away.
Cyberspace.
So-
Go ahead.
So this section, the one element that was changed, is we're no longer gonna have and or. It makes sense to simply say or. Technical work from professional engineers or professional land surveyors as applicable. Which is appropriate because there's no and there. It's either you are applying for a professional engineer position or a license. So we just removed the and or and just let those.
Okay, so
Yes.
I want to talk about that because we're talking about shall contain verification of the technical work from professional engineers or professional. We want to change it to or, but if the verification is from a professional engineer who is your supervisor that you have done work for, how are they going to verify professional land surveyors' work?
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, that's what we discussed.
If they're honest.
That's what happened.
Is it applicable? That's why we've added the as applicable.
No, we took away the and. I guess, yeah, I think the intent was that engineers provide verifications to engineers and land surveyors provide land survey verifications. That was why we were going to the end. But you're saying sometimes there's
The
lots.
supervisor is not within your profession.
Yeah, I kind of asked about that. I was like, are there ever times when it would, and we talked about that and we're like, no, that's an on thing. But it sounds like it does happen that. I asked about
If
that.
that person has personal knowledge of that applicant's engineering or land surveying experience, I don't see why we wouldn't accept that if supervisor was.
I think that as applicable just replaces the and or, because we don't want and or in here if we can help it.
Okay, that's different than the intent. I thought when we discussed changing it, the intent was to make it so that land surveyors provide, it. But I think the as applicable gives you flexibility, so you're fine doing that.
So there was a surveyor who works for the city. But there's no professional land surveyor there. Does he gain experience under the engineering survey?
Right.
Can he get?
That's up to you guys.
Well, okay,
Because it's at the discretion of the board.
yeah, because that question comes up a lot.
Then I think it's a discretionary decision. I don't think you can give a flat out answer. Like I would say one way or the other for sure.
That doesn't cut him out of getting
Right.
his surveying
Right.
license.
Right.
Because he's working under an engineer.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Should he be doing surveying if he's working under an engineer?
Well, depends on if it's thing on his own project that they consider engineering.
That's, I had the same thing come through mind, and I assume when the board looked at it, decided that that was still appropriate surveying experience, even though it wasn't under review.
That's what we get, and that's discretionary. That's great.
But I don't think we would want it to go both ways. If you're working as a land surveyor, that's not engineering experience. Doing surveying is that. But they could.
Again, it's at the
I
discretion of the
think,
board.
yeah, I mean, if the person, if the verifier can be verified as qualified, you know, then the board's discretion is probably in favor of it, but.
Yeah, I don't know, are we saying that an applicant must have verification explicitly and say, okay, this time is engineering verification, therefore that's out, this time is land surveying verification, like,
I think,
I don't want to,
yeah, I think we're trying to create just in the statute flexibility and the last can get into more detail, however you want that to look. But this just says, the application shall be on forms prescribed by the board, by the director, contain statements made under oath, showing the applicant's education and detailed summary of his or her technical work experience, technical work from in verifications of the technical work from professional engineer, professional land surveyor as applicable,
but not both.
or as applicable.
It could be
Means
either
anything.
one. Or means either one, the other, or both. That's
Yeah.
what or means. And means it has to be both. So using and or here is incorrect.
I think
Let's move on.
And then in WAC, we have the forms we've been working on. So in those forms, we're, you know, we prescribe, or we have verification kind of waivers where you have the ability to get someone else besides your supervisor.
Oh, 60.
Right, so the next change is in 060, which is examinations, ballot examinations. And we moved the bottom line, candidate failing an examination may apply for re-examination. Subsequent value examinations be granted upon payment of a fee. So this is just getting rid of the fact that you don't pay a fee to the board. for examinations. And I don't know if there's anything else in that, that we failed to catch in terms of these. Or the professional attorneys that was done. I think we're trying to fix the ones that we missed last time. Now we have the board may not renew a certificate of registration professional land surveyor unless the registrar verifies to the board that he or she has completed, and this is the 15 is 5. Or there was a debate of 15 hours, 5 hours, and then I think in the statute we went to the required hours of continuing professional development and left it so that the statute was.
Oh, I'm two. This is the 30
Section
day.
9, so on section 9, 1843-080. Certificates of registration and authorization, that's section 1, and section 2.
So,
Oh,
yeah, down at the end of section 1,
Yeah.
is the discussion of
Yeah.
when a penalty fee would be.
Right, that's the one we need to discuss
Yes.
here. We have not, committees have not made a decision on that. So
Right.
if you are all following along, it is a proposal to say that if somebody hasn't renewed their license or certificate of authorization for a firm, currently it says within 90 days, then they have to pay an additional fee for being late. And Aaron is proposing we change from 90 days, 30 days. And we had some discussion yesterday about how this may affect the staff. I can't remember if we discussed how it affects Polaris changes. We changed that. Potentially more staff effort in checking that following through. And you want to explain
Yeah,
the reason why
I
you
think
think it
just-
should be?
I think just what you said. I mean, if it's gonna potentially, have more effort of staff to go from 90 to 30, we have a problem with people renewing on time. If all of a sudden we're trying to get them to do, I mean, okay, let's step back. Expiration date is expiration. Your registration, your license is invalid at the point at which it expires. I mean, I don't think that we debate that. Even our COA changed earlier. The COA expires and you haven't paid, it's invalid. This right here is simply changing it from 90, I think. And I've always thought that 90 is too long. Day one of expiration is you're invalid. We're just talking about whether they should be penalized within 30 days or be penalized within 90 days. If it takes so much effort of staff to now require these people that have not renewed to be renewed within 30 days, then it's a problem. Why are people waiting 90 to renew?
So will changing it in RCW to 30 days make people renew on time more?
I will say this, that the 3 other states that I'm currently licensed in, the expiration date is the point at which you are now invalid.
Well, that hasn't changed here. We're that way also.
Do those states also impose penalties
Yes, they do.
immediately?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and how is that helping their enforceability and licensure?
People know that they must renew by their expiration date, period. And allowance of this 90 days of, oh, you don't have a penalty if you renew within 90 days, I think is the thing.
So may I ask why you didn't propose 0 days?
Or it should be subject to penalty. But
Quite frankly, I don't, quite frankly, I don't think the other members of the committee would go for 0 days.
Well, it's still enforcement. What are we gonna do? That we heard from staff that this is about a 3% of the population of licensees that are in this condition. Not necessarily over 90 days, but late. So the question is, how much notice, how much impact is that gonna draw to the community? And our license fees aren't that big. So
Even the expiration and the expiration date is always, well, currently it's always on your birthday. So it's not as though it's calendar year, it's always on your birthday. So within 30 days of your birthday.
Jim?
Do people believe that that's a grace period? That they have 30 more days or 90 days? And they are licensed? We believe that it's their expiration date, but the licensees believe they have a 90-day grace period and their license is still out.
I feel they do, Jeff.
I think they do too.
So do we have any language in the RCWs or WACs that says you're invalid on the date of expiration if you have not renewed, period?
Additionally, the license lookup, which I'm not gonna think that everybody goes to it, but as soon as you expire, it's gonna show expired in the license lookup. If you
Okay,
logged into
but
the
I want to
system.
know whether we have language, because I think that's a valid, we do. Can you?
I just saw it in here somewhere.
It is expired if you
It's
haven't
invalid.
renewed.
If you have not renewed.
Okay, if you could point that out to us.
While we discuss it.
It's in the COA.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, I think that,
I'll look for it again.
I know it's in the WAC, but I'm not positive that it's in the statute, but I think it's implied by the fact that there's a expiration date. There's a renewal date and an expiration date. But I don't know that there's a specific express statement that says.
I am trying to define for myself the public harm. Because I believe that 3% that doesn't do it are very likely the junior engineers who never stamp anything anyway. Not that that's okay, to not pay on time, but that I am trying to determine public harm.
I would say this, that the last number of cases that I've had at which the respondent or registrant, they came back and they said that the reason they had not renewed is because the person in their office does the renewal. And they, I didn't know somebody else in the office does that for us, I think is unacceptable. I think that, and that's in my own office.
And was there harm done to the public
Well, they're,
when we pointed it out to them? So they had stamped things that were expired.
they had offered services, which is in conflict with our law.
And caused public harm.
Sometimes surveys get recorded as plats and then there's a legal issue if it's.
Okay, and so they had signed a survey document, putting an expiration date next to their stamp that was,
No, they don't put expiration dates.
They
You don't
find
put expiration
and
dates.
recorded a document with a public valid license.
oh, that's right, we put dates signed.
Right, we don't have to do the expiration date.
I'm old.
I guess, looking at this from a different perspective, I could see that this would seem to be hard to go from 90 to 30. And in our current financial climate, you know, shortly after we have raised our renewal fees, this could be, I could see that somebody would see that we're just trying to write tickets. We're just trying to increase our revenue
Yeah.
by fining people after 30 days instead of,
Yeah.
maybe
Oh,
it
you're
should be,
looking at more, yeah.
maybe it should be 45. Or maybe say, we're cutting this time in half. You don't need 90 days, but we're going to cut it back. I'm just trying to see what the perception might be to our licensees. We make this change.
Or maybe eliminated completely, and if they are expired, it goes into the ticket book and they get them.
So I think that the simplest, because we do have a fee structure in the WAC. And so the simplest thing might be just to not put any number of days here. But just, refer to the WAC, or say at the discretion of the board, or as defined in rule, maybe.
Yeah.
And that way you can set, you're gonna set the renewal fees, and therefore you're gonna affect the penalties or the late renewal fees in the WAC.
Did you say that the WAC
It has,
has that language?
the WAC, I believe,
Or
has
just
this
late fee.
language, similar, but it also has a.
With 90 days?
Yeah, I think it's 90 days, but I don't know.
So
But if it
if
doesn't,
we change it here, we have to change, we know there are many things that we have to change in WAC, but that would be one of them.
Right.
Oh, no, don't restart.
that's what happened.
I didn't even touch it.
Frustrating. I'm gonna look at the WAC right now.
It's in WAC 19626A040, number 5. If a renewal has not been received, license is
What is-
invalid. Hasn't been received by the expiration date.
That's what I'm wondering.
Renewal
We don't
fees
say
and penalties.
We didn't say when, let's,
Well,
say
that-
not there, so let's
Not there,
see.
but what is it, 19626?
45.
040.
It has not been done within 90 days. So we
40.
reiterate days in 040. The next prior segment,
Yeah, 040.
and so that says, here's how much, and here's where the 90 days are implemented. So if the language were to be absented from our CW,
Yeah.
we're implementing, a board discretion, and we could make a change here at various times.
WAC changes in the future.
Yeah.
Chris, did you find anything about the you are expired if you're?
There's.
I know
I've seen it. It's in the
It's
WAC,
in the WAC, okay.
right here, but it's
Okay.
not in the statute, and I.
Well,
remember
there,
that.
there's portions in the statute that we're getting ready to cross out.
So,
It
Well,
talks
That's the
about
date of
expiration, but that's the COA.
It's the BOI.
but,
Yeah.
but, so here, the language in the WAC is, the license completed application for renewal has not been, and I like this better because the statute only talks about fees. And it's actually the completed application. So here it says, if a completed application for renewal has not been received by the board by the date of expiration, the
License is
license
invalid.
is invalid. Very clear. And so we could have that language in there. And then,
I like the idea of repeating that language in the RCW.
yeah, it's good language. And then that WAC goes on to say licenses that remain expired over 90 days past the date of expiration require a payment late fee equivalent to the fee for 1 year. So first you state it's invalid because you not because not because you didn't pay the license fees, but because board did not receive your application for renewal. So that sentence I think is very good and we can put that in there.
So section in this changed WAC 1843080. We do have a line under certificates of registration and certificate of authorization. It says issued under this chapter valid for a period of time as determined by the board.
Right. And that's what the WAC, and that's what this other,
Yeah.
that's what the statute says above too, a period of time as determined by the board. So that's already in this section, but I think adding a sentence that says, if you failure to submit the application, because this whole section is about renewal.
So I would propose that we take that WAC language and we replace the sentence starting with in case any professional engineer. So that starting where in case any professional engineer or professional land surveyor, starting there all the way down to the end of someone, that whole sentence, be stricken and replace it with the specific sentence from WAC that says, I don't know what,
Yeah.
in WAC,
Whoa, there we go. What is this? I know we're past section 6. Both of us, Marjorie and I both lost our places here.
Yeah.
So where, can you remind me, Shannon, where we are?
it's 16.
Page 16.
Oh,
Okay, thank you. Page,
Is 080?
okay, yeah, 080, I see it. Sorry.
1080.
So there we have issued under the chapter are valid for a period of time as determined by the board. So we have that language there for how long the certificate is going to last. And then it's the duty of the board to notify every person of the date of expiration. In case any professional engineer or professional land surveyor registered under this chapter, and there we're going to get rid of that, right?
Gonna get rid of that whole sentence.
Replace fails to
Replace
pay
it with
with fails to.
Yeah.
Complete application. Right?
If a completed application.
Renewal.
Yeah, so this sentence would.
Make sure you say renewal.
Marjorie, where do you want it to say renewal?
No, I think you got it, Shannon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If they ultimately ever decide to do it.
Completed application for some things and consideration. Smart for the date of expiration.
And I think
They all
that's,
apply to their-
I think that's fine because the renewal fees
Okay.
are in WAC. So I don't think you need to say anything there. Everything's in WAC.
You okay over there, Mike?
I'm good. Yeah. Good.
All right. That, I think, was good.
That was the biggest thing that needed discussion.
Yeah.
We'll wait.
Oh, but there's one more. This one is, this is about the professional land surveyors completing of their continuing professional development.
Right.
And we are changing, why don't you explain it?
We are reviewing, we propose to remove the actual number of required hours from statute, from RCW, because it's in WAC under the units and professional development hours, blah, blah, blah. And just say that the required hours rather than 15, at least 15, blah, blah, blah. Just the required hours period.
The hours are in whack.
May
You
I,
don't say that.
request a consideration of an amendment there that there's functionally two statements of period. So you've got hours of continuing professional development per year of the current registration period. Is there a value in the per year?
The board may not renew a certificate of registration for a professional land surveyor unless the registrant verifies to the
Oh, that
board
was struck
that
on this.
he or
Okay.
has completed the required hours continuing professional education, continuing
Yes.
development.
This copy, this copy here didn't have it deleted.
For consistency, since we're taking out he or she elsewhere, should we also remove it here and do they?
Yeah.
Just for
There.
Yeah.
They-
That they have completed.
Okay, any other comments about professional development hours? We're gonna get through this, or you're not eating. It's just-
Speaking of you, Mike. All right, Mr. Chair, I'm good with the rest of it.
1 year.
All right.
I'm working on this. We'll get it done.
The next change, and jump, tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe the next change is in 1843-100, where we talk, this is about the comedy of out-of-state applicants. And section 1 has meets all of the requirements of the chapter and has a license in good standing. And then section 2 actually provides a waiver for the FE examination. And section 1 just gives all the requirements, which one of them is having taken the FE. Section 2 of this chapter says the board shall waive the fundamentals examination for applicants and then who meet the requirements as defined by board in rule. And so then instead of having all this other stuff, that's it. So
Do we have to say it?
So everywhere else, we say that at the discretion of the board, which we cover in rule. Here, yesterday, we added this piece and
I think,
said it this way. Is that
Yeah.
okay?
I mean, I think you can say at the discretion of the board or in rule, you can do either one. So I think saying it in rule specifically points you to the fact that that it's gonna be in rule somewhere. Whereas in other cases, it's more,
Could be more discretion.
yeah.
Okay.
I like it this way. I was thinking this, we could say the same at the end of the sentence that we just worked on, but it's fine not to. So,
Any other comments on 100?
okay. We got rid of a whole big section here because this is the section I think that we talked about where it doesn't really do any good to have this temporary registration. Is that the temporary registration section?
Yeah, so 130, this they changed yesterday also, so.
Because it takes just as much work to get a license as it does to get a 30-day temporary license, so removing that. And plus, nobody ever does it. So beyond that, it's just replacing professional in a whole bunch of places. Keep going to here, more, oh my God.
Think that's it.
Professional, I don't see anything else.
Yeah, this is where, I mean, it's just like,
There we go.
You don't see the technical content.
I do not. Other than just adding a professional.
Hey Shan, just one comment. I just completed a document search for the word she. And that he or she is still showing up in a few places. So the intent is to replace it with a they, them, their, whatever have you. You might want to do the similar search.
Okay.
For example, like up on page 2, I see it implies that he or she is a professional engineer or who holds himself or herself. Yeah.
Yeah. I see 10.
All right, so she's gonna do that. I am happy to do a final review to confirm that those edits match what we've done today. And I think whoever made motions probably needs to accept the edits that were done during this discussion.
So we've, if I may, Madam Chair, my motion was to go through the discussion and present it for approval to the board.
Okay,
Having completed that discussion, the question before the board is, do you vote for approval of the changes as discussed?
so then we have a motion on the table to go through it and have a discussion. I'm gonna take a vote on that to close out that motion, even though we've already done the editing. So all those in favor of going through this, discussing it and making final edits, at this time, please say aye. Opposed? All right, now we've done that. Is there another motion?
I, with that interpretation application, I move the board accept these proposed revisions to 1843 to advance that to public involvement and legislative involvement.
Second.
All right, we've moved and seconded to accept these edits and move forward for public involvement. Is there further discussion?
Have a repeat of the first and second there. Is that David and Matt?
Now, does,
Doug and Matt?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Matt,
we're at, actually,
okay. Motion on the table, other discussion. All those in favor of the edits we have made over the course of this year to chapter 1843 RCW and moving it forward towards stakeholder involvement in legislation, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Yay.
Thank you all. And good job.
Great job. Yes, thank you, Shannon.
Yeah.
Say, motion carries.
Shannon, will you send me a final of the Word document, and I will do a double check.
Okay.
Over the course of the next couple weeks, we'll do that, but you are authorized to move ahead to getting this into the legislation.
Is that good in our minutes?
Yeah, I want to say that
A lot faster.
was in 5.4.2 probably. Good one for a position.
What? Yes,
Oh, that's it.
yes, 5.4.2,
Oh.
yeah, cool. All right, I am adding a 5.4.3. Sorry, folks, I know you want to do that, but this, I think, won't take, and maybe the discussion will continue. But as part of what the EQC has done in order to look at decoupling, they are then have to work on WAC changes, and they are going to have to work on application changes, finalizing, and an attestation to go on the NCAA's website for what our state requires of them to review. We need to decide whether decoupling means go get your exams and then come talk to us. Or does it mean you may go get your exam and come talk to us afterwards, or you may go ahead and apply with us and we will review your application and say, yeah, you're now, basically your education and experience are acceptable and you can take the
So-
exam.
if I may, the way the draft in 1943 was written, it removes that respectively aspect, the order of operations. It only requires that for licensure, you have each of these things in your bucket. Okay, it doesn't say they can't apply to us to take an exam. It doesn't require a statement to take.
We are going to have to spell that out on the NCAAS website so that it's clear, and on our website to give direction to people. And so I am wanting to hear from the board if there's the either or option, or if it's a, go get your exam. Because we can specify that if that's what the board chooses to do. Some states do that and their staff loves it because they have less applications to review. There's only people that actually pass exams that come to them. It can be a detriment for an applicant who is not sure whether or not their experience is adequate, and they may want that reviewed before they spend money on an examination. We've said, hey, people can come to us and have a prelim. But anyway,
That's what Oregon does.
yeah, Oregon says, we don't want to talk to you, but
If
if
you
you
want us
want,
to.
we'll do a look at your experience.
I don't
So
think that that's ever been not the case, is if you want us to take a look, we can tell you that yea or nay.
I haven't checked with all the other states, so I have no idea how they do it, but
But I think that the overall for me is whether or not the exam is held to be an evaluation of your knowledge or skill and everything else, or if the exam is something at which
Lunch is ready when you.
is outside of licensure. What I mean is I'm of the opinion that we should be decoupled to the fact that take your exam, it has no, whether we license you or not is dependent upon passing the exam. It's not how well you do on the exam other than passing. So.
I don't think that's the point. The point is, are we going to give them two pathways for getting to the exam, or are we going to say flat out, don't talk to us until you've done an exam, unless you want to pre-look at your experience. So it's important in terms of what EQC writes up next.
Right.
To take this to the next level.
I don't see any harm, especially if we give that kind of prelim look and saying, go take the exam before you pass the exam before you apply. Because the reality is if they're not sure in their experience, then passing the exam doesn't change. It is very easy. I think we would limit the number of applications we get. There's no harm to the applicants in that case. Once you pass it, come talk to us. Because you come with your.
Except that if they come talk to us.
The exam is still local license, so.
But if they have paid to take an exam and they come to us and we say, your construction experience doesn't qualify at all.
Then they have to go back and get more experience, but the exam is done.
It doesn't change, we would license them at that point.
Right.
Yeah, because otherwise we're charging them $110 for a license in their application, that's non-refundable.
Right, so they might as well go take the exam first.
Yeah.
It would be helpful. We have some that are hanging out there because people made application and they've never passed the exam and haven't come back to us. And so they're hanging out in our system.
And you should,
And it creates a lot of problems, and then there's,
and the policy, every, under Polaris, every licensing group should have a policy, and I'm trying to get them to do this, that you deny the license application after 30, 60, 90 days, pick something, and say, we're denying it because you failed to pass the exam, and just be done with it, because you can't keep these, it's a due process violation, actually, to keep it for 90 days. You have to give them a reason. You have to give them a prompt reason for denial so they can appeal it. So in this case with the exam, it's it's not as important, but it's just should be a policy all the way across the board. You send in your application and this board has to do something with it.
Well, we feel like we haven't, I mean, have we denied it if they haven't just met the qualifications? I mean, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it would be really nice for us to be able to wrap those. up.
Yep.
But if we're decoupling then and doing it the way Matt's saying, then that won't even be an issue.
Won't even be forward.
Is there any clarity enough to make a motion?
One more question, Marjorie, as I think about it, just clarification for me. If we take the position of don't come talk to us, don't apply, until you believe you meet all the requirements, including have taken the examination. Did I hear you say that we still offer the possibility of speaking with staff to review your experience and determine, and give some additional determination as to whether they believe it's applicable or not? Is that still something we offer or no?
We can, and I think we should. Ken checked with Oregon, and that is the way they do it, is that if somebody has any question about, you know, the qualifications of their experience or education, that they can get that evaluated prior to moving forward with whatever else.
I think
So,
personally, that's a good idea and service to offer. As we talked about, there's no harm to an applicant if they go take the exam and then they come to us and their 10 years of construction experience or whatever isn't applicable, then there's no harm to them. There might be some harm in that person was under the belief that what they were doing was applicable to a profession in engineering. And now that they come to us and we say, well, all that experience is not valid, it may lead them to just say, well, I guess I'm not going to be an engineer. Rather than, well, I've already taken the exam, now I just need to go get 10 years of some other experience. Certainly there could be either case, right? There could be somebody who really wants to be an engineer who would go get that additional years of experience. But somebody else later in their life may just say, you know what, I'm just going to stick with construction. But now they're out the money of having to take the exam. So to offer the possibility for someone like that, hypothetically, to just the agency and say, hey, I'm thinking about a career in engineering. Before I go spend the money on this exam and apply and all these other things, can you take a look at my experience and tell me what you think? Right?
we'd have to be careful in terms of how we evaluate those things.
Understood.
It couldn't be a form. I'm trying to say formal evaluation, unless you wanted it to be, but under which case you'd want, I think it's going to take a lot of time.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
one of the things that we're working on is doing additional information available on our website to make it clearer for people about application processes and expectation about, education experience, so people don't have to weed through a lot of wording or the RCWs and WAGs. So we're working on making that easier, and as we move towards decoupling, going even further, like if you're back, for example, maybe under the FAQs, if your engineering experience is in construction or whatever you were talking about, Matt, then
That won't count.
refer to this, that won't count, trying to get people to process that stuff themselves before they contact us.
Sure.
For things like that, so, and we can get more information from Oregon about how they handle it, what their volume is, and because we don't want to create more, we don't want people being, oh, I don't do an application, but I'll just call and someone can tell me, we don't want to go down that road either,
Yeah.
so.
Understood. In totality, I believe that it's much cleaner to say, don't apply until you believe you meet all the requirements. I understand the purpose of having them apply when they clearly don't meet the requirements.
So I think that mostly fits in the realm of administrative and communication practices rather than a vote.
I would like a motion
So you'd
that the
like,
board makes a determination one way or another.
I'll move that we direct PC and EQ to modify applications to require passing of examinations before applying for registration.
In all three, or all disciplines, well,
Surveyors agree.
Two.
Yeah.
surveyor, structural, and PE.
Yes.
And you said applications and the WAC? Changing WAC?
You just said
We need to
applications.
change WAC?
Applications.
Applications, okay.
Yeah.
And then EQ is also supposed to draft the language that's to be on the NCES site.
Right, that's where this is.
Right. It says what are the different states' conditions?
So you're gonna do that before the passage of the?
It would have to be.
No. We can't post any of that, right.
Just getting ready.
The 1843 has to be approved by legislature
And then you.
before any changes on NCWS or in our WAC take place, but we can be working on that.
Right, so that, I just wanted to clarify, these aren't gonna happen tomorrow.
No.
These are getting ready for the
Right.
new legislation,
Yeah.
but assuming it's gonna pass at some point.
Any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor of the motion to direct the PC and the EQC to move forward with language on the application and such for exam first, please say aye.
And clarify,
Motion carries.
clarify again that this is for after, because I know we're doing some changes to the exam.
It's just draft. Just draft stuff.
Right.
But yes,
Some changes right now.
we are not doing
No.
any changes now. We are,
Right.
Other types of changes.
yeah, we're doing changes to the application, but we're gonna have to think about the fact that that probably won't go well.
The RTW changes that does the order of operations.
Right, but my point is that we're already working on,
Right.
so those would be changes.
So
Future.
the committees have to decide when those new applications can actually go live. So,
You may want to wait. I don't know.
yeah, we may have to.
Yeah.
All right, there is lunch.
There is a small soda.
What time is it?
12:32.
12:32, 1:10. We're gonna be back here at 1:10. So if you wanna get your lunch and eat fast, have a break, but let's go ahead and have lunch and get it done, and then we will pick up where we left off with 5.5.
We're all set.
Okay, everybody can see, I see Shannon up there. Shannon, can you give us a nod if you can hear us?
I can.
Thank you. All right, we are back in open session, and do we have any additional attendees online?
We do not.
Okay. Our staff is still with us. It is now 5.5. Changes to the work experience verification forms. Do we have anything to present, Mike, or are we moving this to next meeting for all of this?
Yeah, we didn't discuss these at our last EQ meeting that I can recall.
I think it would be nice to approve the applications all at once. I know we're kind of keeping them in two separate files for the basic form and the work forms, but
Yeah, I know the SE form, we're trying to wait to see what the PE looks like so that there's some uniformity.
Yeah.
Have to do with there was language on the form that works for federal government, so that you didn't have to have a PE experience, science experience, which isn't considered what statute says.
I think that was one of the items on the PD app.
We worked through it like in the last cycle, but quite frankly, I can't remember what the disposition of those forms are. Maybe Ivana, were you working on those?
I think we should just postpone it.
Yeah, I don't think they're ready.
Because we should look at an application as a whole.
Okay. Fair enough.
Instead of saying, oh yeah, the experience forms are okay, but, yeah, so.
I guess for
Would you?
my benefit, unfortunately, maybe Mackenzie, whatever staff are working on those forms, maybe EQ an update of where they're at and what their status are.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like an action item that's gonna go on the next meeting. Hopefully, all three disciplines. And we'll look at on-site separately, but structural and survey, and we want to make sure all those apps are kind of cleaned up. And then we'll also have a discussion of when they go live. Because if there is decoupling information on there, it can't go live until the RCW not only gets approved, but goes into effect, which could be next July 2026. So.
The rate we're going, the applications won't be ready till then anyway.
Oh, no. Keep them moving. All right, so 5.5 is postponed, and the action item is to make sure that both the work experience records as well as the main app gets sent to the committees and is ready for next meeting.
That action item is to whom?
Staff.
Okay.
And can I get clarification, was that all forms just to the EQC or was it to all committees working on forms?
I think the survey not evaluate, just review the surveying application. The structural, for the structural. Would like to ask staff to make sure that there is consistency among the forms. I've kind of aligned the PE and the SE now. But any further changes, we're gonna need to make sure that that looks like it's coming from the same agency. Okay, 5.6, outreach strategic plan. Greg, are you hanging there with us and ready?
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Hope y'all can hear me okay.
perfect.
Good, very good. Well, thanks for the time this afternoon. We did go through this in April with our last board meeting, where we discussed some ways looking back the last 3 years and wanted to narrow down what our goals would be for the future. We have developed an internal structure, and it was based on your choices from our outreach strategic planning. It makes our future outreach more objective and less subjective. So in our first slide, we wanted to define those 3 goals that we had agreed upon last time, which goals or targets or buckets, however you want to look at those, but our 3 goals here are public safety. That is to educate the public on the importance of hiring licensed professionals to ensure safety and integrity of engineering, land surveying, and on-site wastewater work while enforcing compliance with industry standards. Our second goal would be to promote professions, and that's to foster growth and development of our professions by promoting their value, ensuring legislative support, and attracting skilled professionals to serve the public. And the third one, brand management, strengthen and protect the agency's reputation by effectively communicating our mission, ensuring transparency, and building trust with stakeholders, including professionals, partner agencies, and the public. So moving on to our next slide. Slide 3. let's talk about some of the details with each one of those three that we just talked about. Looking through those, we've got goal 1 being public safety, goal 2, promote professions, goal 3, brand management. You'll notice underneath that there's a slider, and the slider gives us an indication of how much involvement would be needed from staff or board. And this can fluctuate some, of course, but looking at the details of each one of those, goal number 1, desired results would be to hire a professional or recognition of professionals. Supporting events could be social media, FYI articles, interviews, event speakers. Goal number 2, promoting professions. Desired results would be to skills development and ethics, improving understanding to encourage licensure, and supporting events that would be examples of that would be engaged professors, student associations, ethics, social media video, association meetings, and other regulatory board meetings. And then the third one, brand management, desired results would be to increase agency visibility, trusted advisor to the legislature. And some supporting events there could be public and professional events, website, journal, going to a day on the Hill or inventing one ourselves. And looking back at each one of those, staff on the first one would be likely less involved, still involved, but, staff would be most involved, board less involved. Goal number 2, the board would be on the other end of that. There would be more board involvement needed for that one, still some staff support. And the third one probably split down the middle, equal board and staff. Those are our goal details. From that, we wanted to come up with a way to, again, make this objective and not subjective. In a way, this is a communication tool we came up with. And I want to take a moment to thank Mackenzie for whipping this together. She is a wizard at doing forms, as is Kevin, a wizard at doing forms and helping with this, and Chris helping with her involvement with this from the beginning. So thanks to all the staff. This was a group project. This is the outreach planning worksheet. This will be stored in SharePoint. And we had a little fun with some of the names because Mackenzie's a wizard. So she came up with some of these names here for us. And it's just an example of what this would look like. The name of the event, the date, your name, contact information for the people that would be, we need to get in touch with. And then it helps us define what this is, whether it's one of those 3 goals, in this case, public safety, hiring a professional, social media. And then if you need staff support for this, associated costs, as in expenses that might be involved, whether it be travel or lodging or per diem or registration fees. How many people involved in it, do you think? And then some notes there too, because there is still some wiggle room for some subjectivity or additional information that you may want to include. So at the bottom of this, then you can submit the form. You can email it directly to me as well. But submitting the form, or if someone's left it filled in, you can reset the form. Those will be sent to me. We'll review those and probably get back in touch with you either by email or phone, and work through a little bit more of that and see if we can make that work. So how do we decide, which ones do we do, which ones do we don't do right now, maybe we do later? Again, looking for that opportunity to be more objective. So this is, all these are internal. This one is an internal form as well. It's a scorecard, if you will. It's a way for us, once we get these forms, for us to be able to figure out which ones do we do. So ACE is high here, so ones are a high score. In each one of these columns, we would add up each one of those numbers to come up with a score at the end. So quantity would be number of people, and we're going to tweak this a little bit because this is still a work in progress, but quantity is how many people. Cost would be a monetary cost of what, and again, it's an estimate of what we believe the cost would be. The time involved for it, that's prep time especially. And then quality, again, that's a little subjective, but that's fine. So that's how we would score this at the end, and then would be able to figure out which ones do we go pursue. So the tipping point on that's around 10, by the way, in case you're wondering. where we draw the line. So anyway, that's a quick overview of our new strategic planning and our process for evaluating these going forward. Wanted to get a little bit of time, though, of course, for any questions, concerns, comments, or ideas.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, I do have a question. Greg, can you kind of fill in the blank on what the role of the board member is and how much
Sure.
is taken on by staff?
Sure. The first step in that really is that you folks are connected with the different associations and groups and may have a heightened awareness as to events that are coming up, whatever they may be. So that's really the first thing, is being able to communicate those. Also, ones that you want to go to. You know, if it's something that you want to present at, or you just want to attend, or, you know, somewhere in between, we're most interested in doing that. And so following your lead essentially with that. But certainly going out and engaging professors, student association speaking events, guest lecturing a class. Those are all things that we've done some in the past and want to do more of. But of course, that would have some heavier involvement with a board member who would be doing the guest lecture or presenting at a association meeting, or a lunch meeting, or a dinner meeting, or something like that. So that's the direction we're thinking with that. Of course, there's always going to be staff support with that, whether it be helping with the PowerPoint, or producing some materials to go with that, attending with you. Of course, we always want to get some pictures and put together a story with it as well. But certainly that's why we have that slider at the bottom, because we think that promoting professions is one where the board members most likely would be more involved. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Any other comments for Greg?
Great job, Greg. Good comment.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to the team. It was a group effort over the course of several months now. So Kevin, Mackenzie, and Chris. So thank you.
So Greg, can I suggest that it seems like a lot of events that we evaluate come through you.
Mhm.
And it might be great if the first few times you're running through this form on your own, that
Sure.
you connect with a board member and say, let's do this together. So
Great
that
idea.
we start kind of learning to evaluate it the same way.
I think that would be good for everybody, myself included. So I'd be happy to do that.
All
Very
right,
good.
thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the 5.7, the Western Zone meeting update. Aaron, do you have anything to present?
Sure. So, yeah, the Western Zone meeting was in Albuquerque, and it's board members present. I think Dave being there, Doug, Marjorie, Mike was not there.
Maureen was there.
Maureen was there. I mean, I think it was my first meeting as VP, and so I think that it went fairly well. I think that Washington board members, I think we have an opportunity to voice our position on things. It's something at which, of course, this was a combined meeting with Central Zone. And so we were able to tag team with them within the survey forum and engineering forum two rural votes took place, at least through Western Zone, not specifically through Central. But through Western Zone, the PE structural exam motion that was introduced by Marjorie on behalf of the Washington Board. And so brought that to the floor. That vote was successful. So the Western Zone then I took that to the board of directors days following. And then the other item that was discussed and voted on was whether or not to have the MBA, so in this case, the member board administrator being Ken of this Washington board, he would be the designated MBA, whether or not the MBAs as a whole elect one of their peers in MBA to actually have a place on the board of directors, sit on the board of directors as a voting member. That vote was not successful, so that failed. So those are the only two votes. Something else that came up, we did not have much discussion because it was the end of the zone meeting, but we discussed the PE nuclear exam. So the PE nuclear exam right now is on probation. What they say is probation just because the amount of candidates that does not meet the level that is in policy to ensure that qualified data for passing demographics and what have you, it doesn't rise to the level of this met in policy. And so nuclear exam is something of a discussion point going forward. It's certainly going to be a discussion coming up at the annual meeting, which is in New Orleans this year in August. Within the engineering forum, I specifically can't speak to the engineering forum since I was in the survey forum. And maybe I'd let those within the engineering forum. Marjorie, you were in the engineering forum.
I don't think there's really anything that needs to be reported.
That aspect was the stroke filters. So
Okay. And then, so the business meeting. So they and let's see, we also within the Western Zone, unfortunately, Dave was not reelected to the secretary position of the Western Zone, which is something that Dave has been providing a huge heavy lift to the group. So
I'm off the right now.
whatever I guess explain and others explain to me is Dave now he's secretary of the Western Zone. So so he's going to be pulled into other things. Other things that are done within West. Legislative symbols and within the Western zone member boards. There are 13 of them. Trying to get a unified or a consistent message out there to legislators, to stakeholder groups, and to ensure that protection of the public is paramount. Licensure, licensing of, or hiring of licensed staff or licensed individuals is a focus. One of the things that I started as part of the zone VP position is to create a mobility committee just within our Western zone. Marjorie is on that committee, in which that committee met yesterday and to discuss how to use or at least provide feedback to NCWS with the NCWS record, whether or not it has some shortcomings or some better ways that our board, our staff can use that NCWS record that is not intuitive or is not being done right now. Question came up, and I think Ken may have brought this up in the past. I think in April is the evaluation process. If we're accepting just NCWS record verbatim, has it been through the evaluation process that we would normally and the staff would normally be being done. So that was then a question of NCWS staff, and so they explained sort of the evaluation process, which is not to the same detail or the same deep dive that our staff would certainly look at the NCWS record. But that's one of the items on the mobility committee. Another item on the mobility committee is being consistent with just what it says, mobility. Applicants or candidates, both comedy and initial licensure coming into Washington or into the Western zone states, how we all know that our individual laws are not the same. They're not consistent, but when we have an applicant filling out an application or someone submitting an application, our Western zone or state should have similar terminology, meaning, what a verifier's responsibility is. What does responsible charge mean in all of our Western states? Right now, some are a little bit different when we talk about responsible charge. So that committee is going to be looking at getting more consistent language, consistency across all of our Western zone states. We did finally the Western zone, and more importantly, we had 3 award recipients this year. We had for distinguished service, we had Brian he's a double E from Colorado. We had Farrell, who's right now the NCWS treasurer, so he's from New Mexico, but he's also he recently moved up to Washington State. Lives at Gig Harbor, so I think that this board is probably going to see a little bit of Carl in the future. And then Shannon from Wyoming, she's the MBA at Wyoming board, and those 3 individuals, by all means, measuring up to those 3 individuals is huge. They do a lot for the organization and a lot for their individual member boards. So, yeah, that's pretty much a synopsis of the Western Zone meeting.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yes.
The evaluation of the record, SES, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So they're not evaluated as strictly as we do.
Right.
So what does that mean with the decoupling? Because that has experience in education in it, correct?
I think that means for our board and staff, it means that they still have to go through and know that it's verified, all the information is in there. But as far as it matches up to the qualified activity would be something that our staff would do. Because some states have engineer surveys in them and some do not. So whether that experience matches up to what we expect is something that our staff is still able to do.
Right, so we're at the point where we're changing the application, so if they have a record, they bypass some things, so is that kind of like?
They bypass filling out a whole form, but we still evaluate what comes through on the NCGS
Yeah, so
record.
we're
So
gonna
we're
make it-
it's not we just accept it because it's the record.
Right. Yeah, and one of the things that
I can add
Sorry,
some
was that-
clarification if you'd like.
If it's
Yeah.
quick, I would wrap this up because I'm gonna jump out of order in our agenda because I want to get Ian Shelley in here before 2:00. So, go
Well,
ahead.
it's quick as me saying that NCWS uses several different verifiers, Jim, and they're contract verifiers typically, and they allow for a lot of work that's technician level to be considered professional engineering work, and that's where our disagreement is. And we're working with NCWS to try to hone that in a bit. We've got commitments from Stephanie. But that's the big deal, is just their level of understanding what is professional level experience versus at a technician level, which is AutoCAD work or quantity takeoffs or doing bid analysis, whatever. So that's as quick as I can make it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I am going to take things out of order. We'll come back to our new business, but is Ian online?
He is not on the right now, but he is en route, I believe.
He's en route?
To be coming online? To be coming.
Becoming online,
He was
okay.
here earlier, he popped off and.
Yeah, sorry about that, but if you think he's coming back on, we would be happy to take him right now to give a quick rundown on the financial report.
That one.
Is somebody texting him? Yeah, that's what I thought. I apologize for not having thought to bring him in right after lunch. I didn't even think about adjusting the schedule for the agenda. But today is the only day of the year that we could do that.
Do we want to move ahead to 5.8 while we wait?
Let's see if we can zip through 5.8. Well, no zipping. Not pressure. We can, if Ian is gonna have to leave before we get to him, Ken can cover it. So 5.8, I have a nominating committee of Dave and Maureen, and we would like to hear your recommendations for next year's
You're looking at me, so
Chair and Vice.
we debated this extensively, took hours. But our final conclusion is we put forth a nomination of Doug for chair and Mike as vice chair.
Yes, we did.
Would we like to have a motion to that?
To accept the nominating committee's recommendation.
Yeah.
If somebody besides the nominating committee, I don't know.
Has to be.
Nominees.
That's the only one.
That's all. I will move to accept the nominating committee's recommendation. Doug as chair and Mike as vice chair.
Okay,
I said,
got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of accepting the nominating committee's nominees, please say aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
and Mr. Shelley has done that.
Okay, Ian, thank you for joining us, and we're sorry to make it at the last minute for you. But if everyone could focus in on, a brief review by Ian.
Thank you, and thanks for accommodating my schedule issues this afternoon. So in the packet, you'll have a financial report through the April fiscal month, and there's highlights for April specifically. April was a pretty typical month with $204,000 in revenues, $184,000 in expense. That's kind of on trend for the last number of months. And so April increased our fund balance by $20,000. Biennium to date, so that is June 2023 through April 2025. We had $3.941 million in revenues and expenses of $3.692 million. So our revenues have exceeded expenses for that period of July 2023 through April 2025. Through April, again, the fund balance was sitting at $1.796 million compared to the starting balance of $1.54 million. And then projected Biennium 25 end highlights. So Biennium 25 ends on June 30th, 2025. So we're really close to getting the books closed on current Biennium. We're expecting revenues to reach 4.328 and expenses at 4.149 million. As long as those revenue and expense projections hold true, fund balance would be approximately 1.7 million at June 30th in a few weeks. And then there's a few minor changes from last month's projections noted there, a little bit of revenue adjustments, expense adjustments, and then a shift of where one specific expense was showing up. That's the Open Gate Consulting. It's a training expense. It's being moved from one expense category to another that better describes and will help us track that better. And lastly here, looking forward to the next cycle, the next biennium, July 2025 through June 2027. We're still in early development of the spending plan and projections for that. But right now, our best figures are for revenue projection about 4.7 to 4.9 million over the next 2-year period, and expenses landing at approximately 4.5 million in the next 2-year period. And then lastly, it's not in this document that's on the screen right now, but we're all aware that in this last legislative session, a fund sweep was authorized by the legislature, and we're expecting that fund sweep would take place in July 2025. It was a sweep of $440,000. And that will show up in the financial reports. We'll be tracking it as a transfer out of the Borples Fund.
I believe you told us yesterday that you'll be working with staff to wrap up the end of the biennium in the next few weeks.
Yep, that's correct. June 30th is by calendar year when the biennium ends, but we do have through July and part of August to make accounting adjustments and wrap up, basically close the books on the accounting period. So any last invoices for May and June services can still be submitted by Borples staff so that they are applied against this current biennium's budget. And there's a few other items that we work on to close up the book. So yes, we'll be working on that to meet the state deadlines for closing the fiscal year. The spending plan for the next 2-year period will be due in mid-August. So that's something I'll also be working with Borples leadership with to develop and finalize the spending plan for the next 2 years.
Any other questions for Ian? I think that's it. Thank you so much, Ian, for joining us today.
Thank you. Apologies, I can't stick around for longer. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, no. See you in August. All right. Back to item 5.9. Director's compensation and every time I say BD, I think business development, so. Position, the position description in terms of the work that Ken has taken on and what the position requires of the director has increased over the years. And so we have done an update to that. It has increased not only just because our agency has grown, but that the work level that he's taken on is more. And so McKinsey with others have worked on updates to the position and it's going to walk us through that. And so we're kind of looking to have a motion to say that we believe his compensation should increase along with the fact that the workload and the level of effort has increased. So I think I'll have McKinsey walk us through this, and then we could talk about a motion so that she can then move forward with OFM in terms of starting to discuss, which is not what we're here to discuss today, but just that the board would like to see an increase and that this position description is where we are, so.
Yeah, thank you, Marjorie. So this really came about through succession planning. We realized that the salary of our director position is not comparable to salaries of other directors throughout the state. Additionally, those salaries of directors who are in positions very similar to our director position. A great comparable would be the accountancy board. I know we've discussed them a lot. They're structured very similarly to we are in size and what they do. And so really that's the starting point that I used to create the position description that was sent out to the board on Monday. The vast differences between what we had as the position description for the director position versus what we have now sent on Monday is that a lot of the duties and tasks were not deemed key duties and tasks. So really, I laid those out very clearly. I mean, it really lists a lot of what he does, and then a lot of those tasks are now underlined, showing that they are important tasks that his position does that are critical to his role. Additionally, things like the authority given to our director by statute was not listed in his previous position description. And that just seems like absolutely that is unique to the position and should be outlined. So things like that, that's really where the updates of the position description came from, structuring similarly to other directors, and then of course, adding in what he does. So with that, you know, there was a large, you could see the increase between responsibilities, requirements of the position. Additionally, another reason why we are looking at this is because there is what OFM calls compression between our deputy director and our director position. And so they're really very close, within 5% of each other's salary, and that is a problem for OFM. There's no movement, and really I just defined that what OFM calls it is insufficient salary differential between subordinate and supervisor. So that's a big reason why we're looking at this now on succession planning. Of course, there's also these other more increases of duties and responsibilities. The position description needed to be updated to align with what he does. And then, yeah, once this is approved here, if we approve the PD, OFM will then take a look at that. So state HR, they're going to review it. And then they will then recommend the appropriate EMS band, so that salary range. They'll recommend the appropriate one for us to agree upon. So, yeah, any questions on that?
Upon that band allocation out of OFM, do we retain the discretion of compensation within that range, or is there someone else that's going to have their thumb on that?
We do.
Thank you. Do you believe at this point, and with consultation with Chris and with Ken, that the draft appropriately recognizes the duties and authorities that we have with this director, and that it would be an attractive position?
Well, I believe that it is more attractive than it was sitting before. And I think that it absolutely outlines, you know, what he's doing and will be doing. But I want to route to Ken for that question of being the one that holds that position. He's reviewed it as well as Christina did.
And I have also reviewed it and made comments, and I think it more clearly would give a candidate information about what's required, and especially identifying the reasons why we want a licensee in that position and the value that that brings to the agency. So, Ken, comments?
Well, at first I thought Doug was asking for a more attractive director, which I'm not sure that I can answer to, but now getting right to the real point that he meant. Sorry, Doug, I used you as a joke there. I think that having this positions description does open it up to a perspective of folks that may be interested in this position far greater than where it was before. The salary hopefully will also be an attractor. And so I believe yes to both accounts.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
I believe the timing was reflected before that OFM approval basically can't occur before November. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a deadline to submit everything, so completed and ready to go package for review by August 13th. And their meeting will be in November.
Okay.
So
All right.
we're coming on the position description here, not Ken's position or Ken himself. I mean,
Exactly. It's
yeah.
about the position, not the
Yes.
person who
Okay, so one of the things that is not seen here is whether we want that position or that person filling the position to be local. It's something that we work hand in hand with Ken to have him remote and helping our agency and getting up to speed. But is that something in which we feel is working, not working, or do we need something at which they have to be here, reside here?
I can speak to whatever here means. I can speak to the accounting board's difficulty with getting somebody who lives in Olympia. That proved to be a huge barrier. And once they allowed the possibility of working remotely, some time, they got more applicants. So the first go around, they got one applicant and they gave the job. So they opened that. So, but it didn't, I don't know if it said they had to reside in Washington or not. I just know that they opened to not having to.
Right.
Right, so should we put something in here that,
Is it broken? I mean,
Well,
I guess the question is there a location issue that we feel we need to address? I don't feel like we need to address.
but I guess it doesn't say that that is a possibility, so getting more and more people to apply may it be more attractive if they know
we
that,
did put something in there.
yeah.
Yeah, they specifically
that's-
stated it.
Yeah, I mean, the intent of this is not a
Recruitment.
job recruitment. Thank you.
So essentially, this is just information for the conversation. Usually telework agreements, mobile work agreements, they're not stated in a position description. It can be if it's a requirement of the position. But essentially, we have an internal policy that talks about mobile work and telework. There is 2 separate forms for in-state telework and out-of-state telework. Currently, our agency is set up for out-of-state telework with Oregon, and that's Texas really is the big thing I'm talking about. So the executive committee will be tasked with we used a great word earlier, not expectations, but I guess expectations really for what we'd like to see in the director position. The same in the future. And so I don't think that we need to tie, and this is my opinion, of course, I don't think we need to tie in where this position is going to be working into the PD. That could be something discussed by executive committee on their expectations for the position and then outlined very clearly in an in-state or out. That would be my suggestion.
At the director level, is that, I mean, I'm just asking, is that something that other directors of the agency, they are not necessarily in?
Yeah, it would be required of all state employees to fill out some type of telework agreement.
Is in Washington line fluid. Yeah, I think that's is the important part, right?
Yeah, and we have that in the CW. So, any other comments, questions? Okay. I would like a motion that the board would like staff to move forward with submitting this and us requesting not only a reclassification, but that we feel that there needs to be a compensation increase for the reasons listed above.
I will so move.
Further discussion, instead of the listed above, it should be as presented in from the deputy director to the chair. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So we are moving on to the director's report, agency operations 6.2.
It's perfect timing because Sandy has a 1400 help for 15 minutes, kind of maybe we're on a 15-minute break.
Okay.
Oh. Either Ken or Chris can give us some agency info.
Yes. I'm sorry, my microphone keeps going in and out. WebEx been a little funky today. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, hold on a second, Ken. We miss you greatly, Jim. It's wonderful to see you. Please come again.
So much. Sandy.
Hey, Jim.
I won't see you next time.
Bye. All right, thanks, Ken.
Okay, well, so just to begin off, this will be pretty short, and some open for questions, Chris's as well. But one thing I want to ask is, backing up a little bit to potential new business items, since it is the annual meeting, wanted to take the flavor or temperature of the board on allowing for an FE waiver for military personnel that have a certain level of experience and education in the military. One of the things we're finding, there's several military members that are retiring from the military that have a lot of experience, and to go back and take the FE, similar to the folks that have had, been PEs for 20 years or whatever. It's that kind of experience level. If there's any at all flavor or appetite for looking at a waiver for military experience in lieu of PE experience.
Would they
It was meant to
have,
be talked about a while ago. Yeah, go ahead.
would they be having engineering experience while they're in the military?
Yes.
Just not
There-
on your licensee, okay, trying to get an
Right.
idea of what the.
So wouldn't that apply to civilians also who have chosen to not get licensed but have gone many years beyond their education?
Well,
I think we
I
have to
would-
look at that potentially as a whole.
Yeah.
So what we have right now in 1843-190 is military training or experience. An applicant with military training or experience satisfies the training or experience requirements of this chapter, unless the board determines that the military training or experience is not substantially equivalent to the standards of the state. So I don't think you need any legislative change. I think you can use this to meet the 10 years of experience that you're looking for an FE.
10 years of experience is after they get their PE.
After license.
After license.
After license.
Now we only
Yeah.
allow that if
somebody's licensed from
licensed and they don't have that.
Yeah.
And we have not.
So this
And it-
applies if you want to apply for licensure.
Well,
Yeah,
it could
so-
even apply, it can even apply maybe in the equivalency like we do for foreign applicants that are licensed, and because so it might be one or the other. We could look at, we just wanted to know what the board's appetite for us to look into that more deeply and come back with a suggestion for August. And it might be something we change in WAC that allows for, I don't, we'll talk with Elizabeth, but if it's something you guys are willing to look at for an FE equivalency or FE waiver for folks that have a certain level of verifiable professional experience or professional equivalent experience.
I think you might maybe.
Yeah.
Because right
I'm
now,
sorry?
we're pretty adamant taking the FE exam, except when somebody's licensed.
Yeah, and how does this figure into this whole issue of decoupling sending them to NCWS to take the exam before we even evaluate them, we would have to have all these exceptions available. So I would be interested in the subject. All we're wanting to do right now is to say, do we want staff to take this a step further? What is the appetite, as Ken says, to do that in terms of evaluating it, not solving it today, or asking all the questions about it, but what's our appetite?
Think so. Yeah, agreed.
And
Me too.
can I just clarify? So this is when a person from the military applies for the PE. So they've already, let's say well, they haven't taken any exams. So they have to take exams. So you're saying they don't need to take the FE, they can go straight to the PE. That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, so what we're trying to do is come up with a transition plan and something I'll speak about in our operations discussion, but a transition plan for folks that are in the profession, but not necessarily licensed, like people at Boeing, people in the Coast Guard, people in the Army, people in the Navy, people in Amazon or Microsoft, or working for a utility company that has years and years and years of professional experience, but they've never taken the PE exam or the FE exam. And so we know that the PE exam's absolutely non-negotiable. Got that. But can we get them to a point where they can sit for the PE exam, similar to what we do with Canadian tinges and MRA hinges, and that we allow them we could basically use an equivalency for the FE and allow them to move right into the PE methodology. Yes. So it doesn't necessarily have to be just military folks. It's like, I think, Marjorie, you brought up, it could be industry folks and, that have been out there, that have been working for a certain amount of time and have the verifiable experience at a professional level, but just not under a PE.
Do we have an appetite to say, yeah, go ahead and do some more research and study and bring it back to us when ready?
Yeah, so I think it's broader than some of the specific forms of individuals. We have another commercial area. She mentioned some, but it a frequent inhibition.
Are you talking about the FE or the experience that's not verifiable by PE being an inhibition?
It would be, but the FE is the onboard one, and I know I've had some folk I work with that came before this board to basically be interviewed, examined for an FE waiver. Right?
Yeah.
And so that, so it's a question how we would do that if four persons with appropriate experience.
And what other credentials did they have?
In that case, a master's in engineering and a doctorate in engineering for one person.
But it wasn't like military or.
It's governmental black work.
I mean,
we can't tell.
you don't want to, what other states provide the FE waiver to someone who does not work under responsible charge whatsoever and does not?
That would be the kind of thing that they would be evaluating, is this common among other states? Because if we say, sure, we'll license you, and then there's some comedy, that's kind of an issue too, so. But I can understand federal employees, in industrial, things like that. There are probably a number that just say, I'm not gonna go take that academic exam to move this forward,
Professors.
so.
Right, I mean, generally, the waiver is for those, I would think, those that have a PE license but never took the FE.
That's
There's
waiver.
a grandfather,
Yeah.
What, 10 years is
Yeah.
what ours is.
10 years, their license
Some
ended.
some are 20 years, what have you, so.
I am seeing nods, so I am going to say as chair that, yeah, we have an app to
Okay.
have this in further.
Okay,
Um,
okay,
especially the fact we
thank you.
try to increase pathways.
Yeah,
So-
so that brings me into what a project we're working on team-wise is a transition document for military, but we're going to move it into a wider group of folks, industry engineers, industry land surveyors, that basically helps with the definition of what their work experience looks like and comparable to professional level. And Kevin's got a better handle on the military piece. He's helped walk me through this a couple times, so I'll give Kevin 2 minutes. Kevin?
I'll do it 30 seconds. Teaching people military how to speak in a professional term, and it can come across as an optic of being insulting, but this is something that happens in our transition process to get out of the military. How do you speak like professional instead of military person? This guy will be different from what branch you're in. Different branches have different ways of saying things, different processes by which they can justify their experience. But it's a tool to hand walk somebody that has a relatively diverse professional career into translating the work experience into something that is easily digestible by the board. So you're not getting a bunch of jargon and acronyms. I will say I learned this the past day, really the 30 minutes I went to talk to SAME people. This board will not have as much of an issue with Naval, Air Force, or Coast Guard because getting licensure is actually required in their professional development and promotion sequence as officers. In the Army and the Marines, it's quite different. They don't really care if you're licensed, but I did want to bring that. So as we get to integrate more with SAME and have different subject matter experts with different backgrounds in the military, they will help improve and refine that guide so that we can start passing that out through outreach or posting on the webpage. I think I did take a full 2 minutes.
That's
You
great.
did, but that's okay. We'll leave it at that. Anybody have questions for Kevin? Okay, not seeing any. So this does fit into the engineering pathway study that we've been working with the University of Washington with on how do we bring more qualified folks into the profession. And so it's an outreach type thing that we've been working on. Additionally, working with the professors, we'd like to help them start looking at engineering PE level pathway as well. And I just received several calls from Boeing. And similarly, they're looking for similar pathways as well. And so I think we've got a good opportunity to really provide some mobility outreach within our state. And so we're going to focus on that for a while, which is thankful to Chris and Kevin and Vana and the rest of our team for their efforts on trying to put together information that makes it very simple, the pathways, but also gives some definitions. Good thing we're doing is our cultural experience within our agency. We've been working with a consultant and our team and have formed, I think we've talked to you about this. We are going to include the board here in the next 6 months of walking through a cultural experience and with us and help us manage our agency, our board, our public culture that we have within our agency. I think it's going to be really fun, and we won't leave you guys without any skirts on, because everybody's got to wear the grass skirts and the headbands and stuff for this cultural event. So the other thing, the leadership group is going through a book that's by Kyle McDowell. It's Begin with We. It's 10 principles of building and sustaining a culture of excellence. And I can tell you we're in the meat of this and we're the examples, information we're studying, we're finding and using this incredibly within the problems we're getting into and finding solutions and working working as a leadership team as well as transferring that into the rest of our staff members. So excited about that. We are going to have a cross-culture event. We're going to meet with some hairy-legged Oregonians, including me. July 30th, our staff are going to take a retreat down to Vancouver and meet with Ospiel's staff. And I was going to say smoke peace pipes, but that probably would be inappropriate. So, but just trade some information and have fun.
Workshop.
So really excited about that. Jason, Barbary, and their team, we have been really close. Unfortunately, we can't bring Rick Moore and the California crew up, but maybe we'll do an excursion down to Disneyland sometime, meet them. But Oregon, we're real excited about that. And Kevin and team are groups working with the staff and Ospiels to put that together, and going to have a real blistering event down there. So then the lean deep dives, I'm taking some thunder here from people. We're just in the process of completing our lean deep dive for the licensing. We're going to be executing a new regime and a process for licensing where staff's going to be divided into groups of names and business numbers and whatever, but they'll do all parts of licensing. Right now, we're focused on specialists in each area of licensing, but now we're going to separate and have all of our staff, licensing staff and other staff members be involved with groups of names that can work and license numbers and whatever to be able to handle everything that the licensing team does. So we're excited about that. Part of it's writing really informative desk manuals. I think Emily gets the prize for the best desk manual writer. So Kevin, I'm waiting to see. Yep, Kevin's shaking his head. So the next step of the lean process is going into our compliance and investigation process. And so I think that starts in a couple of weeks, Kevin. Chris?
Yeah, we started last
Okay,
week.
so okay, so I'm way behind because I'm just behind the scenes here. And so that's pretty exciting business. We are taking the succession planning seriously. We've been looking at some of our staffing, and Chris and I have been talking through. We have successfully mirrored Jill and Randy together, and Jill's been taking on the bippity bap process and which is the ticket book, and doing statement of charges as well as taking on special cases. But Randy's been taking over basically managing all the compliance and complaint process. So good job, Randy and Jill. We're looking at maybe potentially doing a mirror on some other positions that a position might be opening up soon. And so we'll come back to you, but it would end up costing us a little bit of extra money out of our budget. What else do I have? I wrote small notes. It said 440. Nope, that's not for you guys. So I'm open to questions or comments or Chris.
Chris, anything that?
Okay.
That was a big download, Ken. Yeah, that was good.
So one of the things that, sorry, Ken, one of the things that you alternative pathways to licensure, mobility, have you taken a solid look or internet and whether that is, do we have a plan to provide greater in getting
I'm sorry, Aaron. the WebEx cut you out like 4 parts of it. I'm sorry. Maybe.
Okay, so under
Yeah, I lost you.
I'll take
So
it.
I think you're maybe quickly, and I'll speak to it if you guys can hear me, but bullet points.
We can, you can.
Internet here, it's not great.
Is he
I
cutting
can't
out?
hear you guys. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
I'm on the
have
phone through WebEx because I couldn't do it on my. WebEx is not working that well today, I don't think.
Marjorie's gonna answer Ken.
Okay, I'll shut up.
So we have been asked that by the UK Embassy and also through NCAA. And the short answer is no, we're not doing anything different in terms of the vote the board made last year to not change our requirements. That is not equivalent to the process for licensure in UK.
So what I'm hearing is we don't have a plan to get there. We just say no.
That's correct.
I can answer a little bit more. We provided the UK consulate and NCWS with, if they have an MRA and PE international, we accept them all the way up to the PE exam. So all they have to do is take and pass the PE exam. We'll accept everything FE, we'll accept all their experience, all their education. So it's a quick pathway. They just got to take and pass the PE exam. And so I've been reiterating that to Marie, to the UK consulate, to the engineering consul. We are get that MRA international PE designation and take the PE exam and your license in Washington State. You just apply and we got you. So we've been outreaching. They don't quite like it because they'd like it still to accept their equivalent to the PE exam, but I know we won't. And so I've been saying, but up to that, we will. The PE exam is an easy exam for engineers to take that have already been practicing. Let them go take it, study the codes and responsible pieces and parts that are relevant to the US.
Any other questions for Ken on the outline of agency operations that he's presented? Anything further, Ken?
We have one thing.
No.
Yes. Okay, thank you. We've got something from Chris and Kevin.
He had mentioned that starting the lane process with compliance, since everyone is affected by the case management tracker, we are experiencing some technical difficulties. We're noticing that some of the flows in the background are failing. That may continue to get worse over time. We're working on a solution, but it will take time. So because of the way that it was created, there are some issues in the background. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
So please reach out to Randy, Jill, or I if you guys have difficulties or questions, or you think something's missing from a case file or it's not showing up for you. So we'll try to follow up with emails in the meantime.
Yeah, let's take that. I mean, I have a number of things to talk to you about at some point, but it doesn't have to be in the meeting. So I think everybody should reach out to Kevin and Randy as that moves forward. In our board packet are the charts that Vonna prepares for us for applications. I just want to take a minute to say how much I appreciate the work that she puts into preparing this information and updating it. And I know that we have stopped having every staff member make a presentation, but it doesn't mean that we aren't very much aware of what you're doing and how you present the information to us. So just a shout out to Vonna for, continuing to provide us this information, and ask whether anybody has any questions about these charts and what we're seeing in terms of application.
So I do have one, these charts only go back 1 year. I mean, I'm sure that there's data that is further on back. It'd be interesting to see for a period of longer than 1 year for trends, licensure trends, application trends, because we're making changes to our applications, we're making changes to processes, staff loading. Would be anxious, or I'd be interested to see over a longer course of time than 1 year.
So licenses issued?
Well, all of them, licenses issued, active licenses, applications received. I mean, those are the 3 charts in there, but only for the past year.
So do people look at this in terms of these 2-month periods? Maybe what we want to see is years rather than.
My observation, I pulled the data apart, there's some, but a lot of what I do is fixing data, okay, understanding it better.
Yeah.
And the staggered heights of these columns, for example, is only an artifact of the duration of the period reported.
Right.
The rate is within 1 or 2%. The same, basically daily rate, it's always there. It's only an artifact of the period. So the annual growth is probably, year over year is probably a better thing, and that can be a long-term response.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that perhaps the reports we've been getting with these 2-month periods is not something that is as much a value to us as doing annual reports, so that we're seeing growth of the agency or licensees and whatever. And
These periods of time are in between board meetings.
right,
So if you guys would rather, instead of see this, rather see 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, all the way, how many years you want us to go back and do it yearly. Of course, this year, or the current year would be year to date, but
yeah,
is that what you would rather see?
I think it would correlate and actually can very closely parallel the financial revenues.
Okay.
I think you'll see that, and although, Ian's reporting financial revenues at different times, and there's some erratic chart on that too. But I think that's again, an aspect of financial reporting periods, and which week the financial week is, and for when a financial month ends, because those are always a bookkeeping question. So that's what a lot of his staggering is. But I think between the revenues and the receipt, and I think the only particular value might be if we're having a divergence between applications received and licenses issued. If we're seeing them not flow together for any particular reason.
They're gonna change.
I would actually, I differ than you, Doug. I would rather see this same data in, first half, second half of the year, because it's around actual, exams, or times of the year. That would be something that which would show, I guess, would be the greater benefit to licenses last half of the year, first half of the year when we're getting licensed. So that'd be more valuable than on a percentage.
Most of them are year round now, so.
You use kind of the big root. That one trends.
Yeah.
Is.
Survey.
Would it be reasonable to ask the PC committee to take this as an action item to work with Bona on
Reporting.
The reporting charts? Because she wants to put her time into providing the information that is most valuable. And I think she's done a great job of outlining that, but let's take it to the next step. So action item for PC, okay?
Sure.
Rather than solving it today. Okay, thanks, Aaron.
Make my chair PC.
All right, let's see, any other
Well,
items under agency operations? Oh, forms, online forms, okay.
We are looking in our, not just the lane evaluation. Was this order? We've been contacted and asked to provide feedback. So in preparation for that, we're looking at how we can streamline customer interactions, operations, customer service, and include that in our Lean Six Sigma evaluation, try to knock it all out of the park. Something that I'm looking at is digitizing all of our forms, not just, we're not going to post the PDFs, but I'm gauging interest for this forefront of using electronic form submissions instead of having people type into a PDF and email it. They hit submit and it goes to email boxes. So it allows us to control where it goes in the email box. Helps with conditional routing and makes it a lot quicker for licensing staff. And with that, I'll leave it there.
More streamlined application process.
Yes. 100% support that effort. Okay.
Just a couple other little things that Mackenzie reminded me of. We are starting July 1st. The wall certs will be changing. So we talked about that in December. It's, we'll be printing them ourselves now. And so I think some of you saw an example of the new one going around. So with that, Bryce submitted this change to the state's productivity board because he did that really nice financial breakdown of the money and time savings. And Bryce won an award for that. Bryce presented that to the board for us and for the work Bryce and team did on that. And that's a big thing. So we're pretty happy about that. And we have a couple other things in the works that Kevin's been working on that we'll probably submit to them too.
I want to also add that they decided to use that cost analysis and developed as their example on their website.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
Very cool.
we will dominate the world at some point. It's sort of that's the letterhead on our executive team meeting agenda is world domination. So anyway, that's it. That's what I got.
Okay, 6.3 other items. Being that it's the end of the biennium, I'm looking at Bryce. Do we need to have the board submit any time and expenses earlier
Yeah.
than the end of the month?
Yes, thank you. If you can do them as soon as you can after this meeting, so I can get those submitted. What was the date we called? It was like the 20. We had a cutoff before the end of the month if we were gonna try to get all the financial information to submit before the end of the month, obviously.
Yeah, as soon as possible, really.
Next week.
Aaron, especially you, looking at you, since it's your last meeting. It's extremely important that we get timesheets, as well as reimbursements.
And I do have some still file timesheets and stuff right now, so it'd be perfect time to get those, just get those all filed.
I usually, I do work on cases. I don't usually charge any time because I get compensated by my employer for that time. Do you still want a timesheet from me or? I don't really care to get paid. I just.
My practice, I don't charge two people for my time.
Right, yeah, I don't always see that timesheet either, but I value in tracking the time that I'm spending some other way.
No one else has that value.
It's just, you're not getting paid.
So I thought very early on, this is ridiculous because I've been on the board so long. But I thought there was some need to be a state employee in order to have the liability coverage that turning,
You're a non-employee employee.
but turning in or not turning in time cards, does that? So that's not the way we prove that we're a state employee.
No, no, but there is a lot of other paperwork and I guess you could say hoops to jump through. If we don't have the time that you've worked, in the appropriate time frame, especially even more so at the end of the federal fiscal year. So, yeah, timing with the timesheets.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, is there? You're not required to turn one in to stay as your employee status now.
Yes, if
Okay,
you
as
don't,
long as the liability is covered, I just want to make sure that that's, yeah.
There's no value in
Yeah,
saying.
if your photo is cut out of our board picture, you're no longer an employee.
we'll never cut you out.
That statement, by the way, about the end of the month is just for the coordination and submittal of that. Like you're saying, you're not required to turn in the timesheet. You don't choose to, but
Okay,
if you are wanting to turn one in, from this tour meeting, just try to have it in, as soon as possible this month.
I understand that, yeah. Yeah, Matt's question was, is there any value in terms of understanding how long it takes with cases and things?
No, not from the timesheets. We may want to do something like that on the tracker. That way we can keep track if we wanted to start looking at case management that way. But yeah, I don't think the timesheets get dropped into that level.
Okay, Kevin took note. Sounds good. Moving on to other business. Additional public comment. Do we have public online?
Looks like we have one public, attendee. We've got Elizabeth Johnston online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Right.
Yes.
So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Washington Board. I especially want to commend you all for how involved you are with your board, and as a registrant in Washington, I really appreciate it. My only complaint about Washington is you make me pay money on my birthday to renew, but everything else is amazing. This year, Doug, Marjorie, Jim, Aaron, Chun Lao, we've all been involved in NCAAS committees and work beyond your board, and you've been putting in extra effort that I want to commend you on. Aaron, I want to congratulate you for 10 years of service to the Washington Board, and I look forward to partnering with you as an emeritus member of the Washington Board. And I did want to just put out there, since I heard Greg's presentation this afternoon, NCWS is going to be offering an ethics course that will be available starting this fall. It'll have 2 different modules. I think ethics and outreach was one of the items that Greg mentioned. So if we could work together to put this information out to Washington registrants, that would be awesome, to do some cross promotion and facilitation of some of the things that NCWS has to offer as well. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
We're joined with us as we don't see everybody's pictures from here. So appreciate having you on. All right. 7.2 upcoming outreach and events. That would be Greg.
Yes. Having a little trouble seeing that one. I'm going to pull it up elsewhere so I can read it a little bit better. Okay, well, summertime is when things do slow down in the outreach and communication world. Of course, we last week had an event with WSACE, spoke to their conference. Of course, our board meeting and meeting the chiefs this week as well with SAME. So understand that's been successful. July is very quiet. August, of course, board meeting here in Olympia. Wanted to mention the NCES annual meeting in New Orleans. September brings us to state PLS and on-site exams mid-month. October is going to be busy for us. We do have the ASCE convention in Seattle. I plan to send out an email to board members, find out who's interested in attending so we can do a little powwow and see how we can shake some hands and spread out a little bit. Also, that following week is our board meeting, which this year will be in October board meeting will be in Pullman, as we're doing a meet and greet guest lecture and what we've done before with other universities, this time at Washington State University in Pullman. So that's a big event that we're already working very hard on the planning for that. Also, I want to pencil in, it hasn't been confirmed yet, but the following week, probably on the 22nd, is an ASCE Seattle section younger member forum. Dave Pedon's agreed to speak to that group that evening. More details to come on that, but we're trying to get that firmed up. I'm waiting to hear back from them, but I'm sure that's going to happen. We're just not exactly sure on the date. November, already in the planning stages for a sister chapter. It's the Tacoma YMF ASCE chapter, also doing a presentation to their group, a dinner presentation. This one will be at St. Martin's in Olympia, Lacey. And then finally in December, of course, we've got our December board meeting in Olympia. So any questions I can answer for anybody? All right. Thank you much.
I just want to clarify that the August board meeting is virtual and in Olympia. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
it's not expected that board members be present in Olympia, is what you're saying?
That's correct. We said it's a virtual meeting, but we have to have a presence for if you're so desired to show up there, the conference room will be live. So
Please let me know if you need a room or anything.
If you do come to
If you do
Olympia.
want to come.
all right. That's great. Board and staff affiliate involvement. That is organizations and associations that you might be involved in on activities that the board would be interested in. Is there anyone would like to report?
So is this where we want to consider your emeritus status? Right?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear if anybody had any report out before we
I
talk about
continue
that.
to work with NSPE on its Committee of Policy and Advocacy and its subcommittee on state interactions. And NCES committees on, in this case, this most recent year with the EPP policy and examination policy for students.
Okay, thanks.
Probably drew the ire of the chair because I forced the vote on the nuclear exam. Okay.
We'll see if you get invited back.
Yeah.
It's always that. All right, anybody else? Okay, so would you explain to me what you're looking for? I signed a letter a few days ago for emeritus position. Have you received that or?
We nominated you, so if you remember, I want to say maybe 2 years ago, we developed that emeritus policy.
Right.
And it's really just the director can nominate anybody when they're coming off the board for emeritus status, so we just did it.
And so that was sent directly to NCWS.
It should be on their plate, in August.
Okay, good.
Okay, and is that, does
Yeah,
that address,
yeah.
okay, yeah, I wasn't
Don't want
sure
a
whether
gap.
there was, well, when you said gap, I wasn't sure
Yeah.
if you're concerned that
that's-
won't get approved by vet, but we've submitted it, so I don't see.
No, that's.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. How about that for moving along?
So I'm confused, is this because, so you guys don't get to appoint him as emeritus?
No, we don't have that in our control. It's only an issue of
We nominate.
representation. At
I see.
NCE,
And
yes.
so it's an NCES designation. Our board director can do the nomination. Okay.
And then we also
Or, I'm
clean
sorry.
it up and we remove people once a year too. We go through and clean up the emeritus status. If people aren't working with NCAAS on behalf of our board, we remove them from the emeritus list.
All right, next item is action items from this meeting.
Okay, get down there, so. All right, so Elizabeth, to review all law review changes and send back to staff for board approval at the August board meeting. Ms. Lund to review edits to 1843 and then advance and then have board staff advance for stakeholder review. PC and EQC will modify applications to require passing of exams prior to application. Split this part off. EQC to work on the NCEES attestation. Board staff, really Mr. Dickinson, to send to send committees the updated forms or apps to committee members for review. Really an update with focus on consistency between all forms. Board staff to advance to CR 102 for WAC 19609. Board staff to move forward the director position description and request for position salary increase with state HR. Board staff to look into an FE waiver or equivalency for military members. And board staff to add on-site wastewater cases to the disciplinary report. And Ms. Kramer, board staff, to bring the licensing reports to PC for further review. Were there any that I missed?
One clarification on the waiver for military. Ken's advocating for more than just military. I'm not sure what the term is, but industry or industry, government.
Yeah. Okay.
Same people that are waived for.
Government or military?
It's very, well, Boeing isn't either of those, but that's an example. Right? Industry, government. Military.
Industry is probably the best word for that.
Yeah.
Mackenzie, did you say under the WAC 19609 that it was CR 101?
Advance to CR 102 for WAC 19609.
19609 is a CR 101.
Oh, thank you.
So go back to the
2625 is the CR
PC&E.
102.
What was that, Shannon?
9625 is a CR 102. We're two different rulemakings.
So back to the PC and the EQC, looking at. Can you read
Got
that?
PC and EQC will modify applications to require passing of exams prior to application with the board.
Okay. And EQC,
To work on the NCEES attestation.
okay. And,
Yeah, patient administrative.
well, so that's, yeah, the next thing, we need to specifically say EQC to start working on the WAC modifications that will be needed that come out of our changes to RCW.
You want that to start now?
Yeah, I think it would be good for us to see how this is gonna flow through. We're not gonna make the changes now, but we might run into something and say, oh boy, we should have done something a little different in RCW. So I think it's important to follow through while it's on our minds. Incoming board chair to establish committee members and chairs.
It's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah. Thank you, Elizabeth. Oh, you're just getting warm. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's simple. Okay, anybody have anything else to put on the action items? Agenda? Items for next meeting?
Okay, so agenda items for next meeting, we will have approval of changes to the Washington engineer, land surveyor, on-site law reviews. Approval of changes to licensing application and forms. I changed the name. We were calling it work experience verification forms. So instead of just work experience forms, approval of changes to licensing applications and forms to cover all the forms being reviewed. Approval of draft language and CR 102, yes, for WAC 19609, so we'll have the language. Approval of CR 103 for WAC 19625. Nope. CR 102,
No, we're doing the CR 102, yeah.
so we're on to the three.
Yeah, so you're right.
And then lastly, I had NCEES annual meeting motions, which I'm not sure if that's the right terms for.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Those.
Anything else?
Yeah, just have a question, I guess, to clarifications. I think about the application forms, and if we haven't, we want to approve those at the next board meeting. It's my understanding we have at least 3 committees that are working on those forms, EQC, surveying, and structural. So I guess, Marjorie, how do you envision that we like effectively collaborate between those 3 committees to get that done and have like the final forms ready for the board packet? Kind of like this time where we had like a bazillion different versions of 1843 at, at the last minute, and we're trying to combine all those things last night.
My suggestion would be that we are not in a hurry. We won't be able to put those forms out right away. I would like the action item to be that each committee prepares their forms to be sure that when they're at their next committee meeting, they're kind of finalizing them. To also say, is there anything on here, like some of the language in the PE form that needs to be out right away, as opposed to waiting until we go through with the decoupling? And so each committee look at that, we get that done by our next committee meetings, and then push to October to have in the packet all three of them for the whole board to say, ah, look, okay. It's all done and yes, let's be ready to publish these when the time comes.
But we do know that we need to update the forms before the RCW is approved. Right? We've been working on updates to the forms for 6
So
months.
I
right?
think that's the question is, are we gonna end up with two postings? One prior to the RCW getting approved and active in next July? So if we need to do that before that, we need to kind of separate these ideas and say, okay, this stuff, we need to get on the form and get it going. And Kevin's gonna be working on getting that electronic, so that would be incorporated on that and we can get it electronic, and then we're gonna have to come back with the decoupling or the RCW changes and address those separately. So sorry, committees, but
Yeah, I would say that, there's a fairly strong chance this won't pass even this year because it's a short session and they're gonna,
So they go to
identify. They may not get that much. But also, even if it does pass, there's quite a lag time and from the time it passes until it goes into effect. So that's a long time.
July at the earliest, right? I mean, isn't it usually
Yeah.
July when they're,
Over a year, yeah.
when they're, if they approve it
Yeah.
by April, it's active potentially by July. If it passes.
Right, so it's longer.
Am I remembering that incorrectly? But don't we have some issues with the applications as they are right now that we really need to pay us?
I think those were centered on representation of their experience, correct? So I think those are contextual, not legal changes. Those are how you're justifying your experience. So those are part of what we have in scope now.
And probably there was also the questions about the military service and that sort of thing. I mean, there was a lot of things that we've been cleaning up that still haven't been issued.
Something different comes up every time we look at it, quite honestly. Pardon me for, again, my confusion, Marjorie, but I know that the intent is that those three forms all look the same and are structured the same, and obviously some of the content will be a little bit different because of the three different professions. But if all three of those committees are working on these forms independently over the next 2 months, what are you looking for to be presented at the August meeting? Is it 3 different versions? One that the EQC has gone through at their meeting, one that survey's gone through for the surveying, one the structural's gone through, or something that's more integrated?
I would sure like to be more integrated. It took me less than 2 hours to look at 2 of the forms and make the changes on the structural to match the PE. So I think it's somebody taking ownership and doing it. So Mackenzie.
And that's his standards.
Ken?
Yeah. Hey, just, I wanted to make sure that I had the second to the last word after this meeting's about done. So it doesn't need to happen now.
Okay. Matt?
Question. To me, I mean, the forms themselves are part of the application, which kind of falls in exam qualifications. I get everybody wanting to have a seat, but isn't it vastly more efficient to have one committee work on this? Representatives from the other committees can certainly attend that meeting and give their input. We're not closed to that, but that way we don't end up with 3 different versions. Would it be better if EQC is gonna meet at a certain time? If you're not on that committee and you wanna have input in what the form looks like, please attend that meeting and give it to us so we can come out of there with one form done and ready to look at for it. That's a great point.
But that,
Yeah.
but that would suggest that one person speaks for the entire committee. And I'm not so sure.
I'm really more looking at it from the standpoint of This seems to fall in the EQC's realm.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a licensure. It used to be the licensing committee, as I understand. It really is in there. And we welcome insight from everybody.
Yeah, the other two should feed to the EQC. No, I agree.
No, I think it just created less work, honestly, because it's kind of a mess, right? As we're trying to take different committees' recommendations on the same document and we all together understand what the heck it's talking about. We're already 43, and I just don't want to repeat that on the application forms. I think if that's unacceptable, I think the only other way to do it is to have survey and structural have their committee meetings in advance of the EQC meeting and provide their recommendations to EQC for EQC to weigh or accept or reject in terms of the applications.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And since all meetings are going to be set up virtually, let's do that.
Do which? Because where are we going? Because
Have SE and survey at least a week prior to the EQC, which should be more than a few days before the board meeting
Okay.
in August. I mean, if we can do that.
I'm good either way, honestly, but as long as there's one document.
Having the two committees look at these applications gets the input of subject matter experts then for EQ to polish up.
I don't think either one of us is suggesting that the three of us on the EQC committee ought to, opine about what should be on the structural application.
No, but that's why you have the two of the committees look at those, and then they go back to the EQ.
Are you guys gonna look at the on-site application also?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if we need consistency,
Sure.
do you need a task force? Maybe we need a task force.
He said that staff were gonna go through before the committees and at least get the consistency of the way the forms presented. We talked about using the numbers yesterday. So,
Somebody needs to develop a flow chart for this process.
so staff could be on site if you want to do.
No, I would, if we did since there are three different professions, including the structural side, if we took the board member SharePoint site and we posted each of these where everyone could see each other's comments and work together, then we could probably do this virtually without a meeting and send out automated emails. That I promise you, it sounds complicated, but it'd be very simple. We could get this done very quickly.
Yeah, we gotta hold off on that one. That could bar over the open public meeting laws and rules. So we'll have to we'll figure it out and get back to you. Staff, I will reach out to you guys next week with a proposal, how to make this happen.
So, geez, Mackenzie, I'm just trying to understand what's going on over the next 2 months.
The team effort here.
Yeah, but Mike, your route is the committees are all gonna get rejumbled, so you're probably not gonna be on EQ.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, actually, I know who the chair of the EQC committee is going to be.
So we'll leave that item on the agenda.
Okay, that's on the agenda. All right. Anything else that you came up with that needs to be written notes all over?
I do have a
Right.
question. Would we be also doing voting for the NCEES motions and voting
Yeah.
delegate?
We usually default to the current chair.
Well, let's make it, it should be the typical statement that says, assign it to the chair or past chair and devote their conscience, in discussion with the members present.
Great.
Is that the meeting where we establish the meeting dates and locations for the next year? Or is that October? October, okay.
I believe Mr. Fuller would like to have the last word.
Does anybody have a turn to the last?
Why do we wait so long to schedule? I mean, I'm always looking at where I'm going in this late winter, spring for vacation. And I got tricked last year, thinking we were gonna meet the third week of February, and we moved it to the second, so I missed that meeting.
But where
Why
were
did we
you?
wait?
Where were you? Someplace warm.
It's, I kind of
My point is it makes hard for
Yeah.
spring planning when we don't confirm the schedule until late in the year.
So October you feel is too late?
Yes.
in the
Would you
year?
put
Okay.
an August, please, action to consider scheduling, or at least first half year scheduling?
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any other agenda items for next meeting?
Oh, not for the next meeting, but I was, as a board member, I was disappointed that I have not heard anything about whether or not my position has been filled. And has there been any applicants? Has there been any
Chris,
Yes.
do you want to
I'll-
interviews?
give a quick?
Yeah.
I've not heard of anybody actually being interviewed or discussed with.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know that we do interviews typically, but Ken, are you taking that one?
Yes, we have two candidates. Both of them have gone through the LSAW advisory board chairs and met with them, and we've received recommendations. They're both at the governor's office right now. We expect a decision to be made shortly. We don't know who it will be, but both candidates are excellent. And so we were hoping that the appointment would have happened before today's meeting. And, but we're pushing to get it quickly within the next week or so, hopefully.
Do we know anything about them? I
John?
mean, I
Yes, we know.
John was,
Yeah.
We've had conversations, yes.
Yes.
They met with Matt and
Marjorie. And myself.
Is
And
there
Chris.
any reason you can't say their names?
Why is it a
I don't
secret?
know if I don't know what,
Like,
if we're
you
allowed
have
to
to
give out
be-
names, because,
Is that okay?
Why not? It's okay. Anybody could request that. It's a public record.
John Warren and Tim McDaniel. So Aaron, you worked with Tim, you know Tim.
Yeah, I didn't know he applied, or I didn't know,
You're one of his references, actually.
Did he ask you for that reference?
Just assuming it's.
Acceptable verifier?
Yeah, well, I was hoping they would both attend and be able to have a conversation with Aaron at the meeting today and or yesterday. John was here and obviously, Aaron was him and so. But looks like Tim was not able to attend, so.
I believe you, Mr. Full, say something else.
Okay,
oh, is it
Nothing
now the
else from
second to last
anyone?
word?
yes, we are
All
on the
right.
second to the last word.
Well, drum roll, please. Wanted to congratulate Aaron. Thank you for 10 years of service. I'm sorry I couldn't be there last night to deliver your award. That would have been a little wobbly coming from me, but I think it was delivered in great stature. So we really appreciate your volunteerism, your effort, your wisdom throughout the last 9 years and 11 months and 21 days. And hope that the last few days as an official board member go well. And thank you so much. So if you want to say some words, you certainly can.
I think all the words were said last night. Yeah.
Yay.
Well, thanks, everyone. I mean, I've enjoyed, I think that the board, both makeup and our processes and what we've done on the public's behalf, I think is very much been a benefit. I think that there's still work to be done on many fronts, so certainly that's why I'm still involved in NCWS. I'm hoping that a lot of the mobility issues that come before this board are kept on the action item list. I think that it's good for the public to have, no matter where they're at, they have consistency amongst applications, amongst practices and professions. Certainly, it extends to international as well. Hoping that eventually there's going to be more of an international survey approach, and so that's going to benefit the public as well. So I appreciate everybody's being on the board, all those members who were before me and those after me. So I appreciate the time. You'll be seeing still my friendly face at board meetings and committee meetings, because I think that some of the work still needs to be done. Thank you. Thanks, Aaron.
Would you like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second. A motion is second to adjourn the meeting. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.